Hello, everybody. What's up? Welcome in. How's it going? How's it going, Oshik? Welcome in. Ugh. How's your game going? It's looking pretty sick. Definitely, if you got like, let me know when playtesting stuff starts. Because it looks pretty fun. Alright. Okay, so today, I'm going to be working more on that little Centipede guy. I worked a bit on it last night, and I have it working. So I'll show you guys what I got going on. But yeah. Just getting everything ready to go. Okay. But yeah, we're probably just gonna work on that guy. I do want to take a look at the Steam Deck stuff today. It's pretty easy. It's just increasing the size of some fonts and then making the Steam keyboard show up. Which, if somebody's on Steam, like if Steam is active, I'm probably just gonna always default to the Steam keyboard. It's probably just better. I don't think it'll be too hard. But yeah. Well, let's go ahead and jump into it. We also got the printer cam on, might as well. Alright, so this is the guy. I implemented that technique of making them follow the next node in the line, and it works really well, actually. So, looks like a Centipede guy to me. I gotta change his sounds, of course, but yeah, I mean, it works. He follows stuff. I like how his body, like, curves, you know? I think it looks pretty good. So, and I got it set up being like 4-directional. What's nice about the body segments is that you can just have two, a vertical one and then a horizontal one. The head, we're gonna need four, you know, directions for that, but that's not too big of a deal. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. And it's nice how, like, it doesn't get stuck, you know, it can, like, overlap on itself like that and stuff, so I think it's gonna work really well. Should be able to pathfind just okay to the player. And yeah, we need to add, like, its dashing thing. I think what we're gonna do for that is, if it sees the player in view, it's just gonna, you know, dash really quickly toward the player. What's cool about how these body segments, like, follow is it's lerping. So, like, you can see when it stops, they kind of, like, go together a little bit, which I think is just kind of a cool thing. Because then when they dash, they're gonna, like spread out more. It'll just look more dynamic. So yeah, I think that'll be pretty cool. Maybe this guy will have 2 different attacks. Like, if he's within a certain distance of the player, he does like a chomp attack. But then if he's too far away, he'll dash toward the player, which I think is just a cool thing. So yeah. And he'll only dash if, like, the player's in direct line of sight, right? Like, if there's any collision in the way where he can't get to us, then obviously... Oh, he died. And obviously he's not gonna dash. But yeah, not bad at all. Looking pretty good. It's basically exactly what I wanted, so it's good. So yeah. Just need to work a little more on the body segments and stuff. Yo! Thank you for the sub, Ace. Love not having ads, yeah. It's pretty sick. I don't know why the confetti didn't play, but... there you go. Man. Yeah. Confetti. Okay. So I did make this guy before, but we're gonna heavily modify this now. think the shading I did is better. Body segment. So this is going to be the head segment for the guy. I don't know what the size of the head's going to be. The thing is that this one's actually smaller. This is a 14 instead of 16. Maybe that would look cool, you know? I would like the head definitely be different, so it's just easy to tell where the head is, you know? So... let's see here. Hey, Cheezer, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, do I use Sprite to do the pixel art? I use paint.net just because I've been using it for so long. It's only for Windows. It always goes to paint.net. Paint.net. I wouldn't recommend it though. I definitely would recommend Sprite. So if you're wanting to get into pixel art stuff, I don't think paint.net is the play. I just use it because it's like an appendage to me now, right? It's like I'm so familiar with it that I could do it with my eyes closed. Like I know where all the buttons are and it's just ingrained into my brain. So, because I've been using it for the vast majority of my life, so. But I wouldn't recommend it. I think Sprite's definitely the best pixel art program right now. It's pretty good. You know, it's like the animation and stuff. I think the animation on Sprite looks way better. I kind of, you know, that's one of the things that I would kind of like to, I don't know, get out of a pixel art program. I mean, I have Sprite. I bought it on Steam. It's just, I don't know. I just have to use it more and get used to it, you know? It's like how I eventually, like, I swapped from Vegas over to Premiere. Like, the Switch sucked and I had to relearn everything, but, you know, once I did, it was worth it. I probably should swap over. Because I know it's just way better. I think the thing that just I don't like, though, is the fact that it's kind of only pixel art. I really like in paint.net how I can, like, do other stuff. You know, I can just draw big frames or do, like, higher res things. You know, mess with screenshots and crop things. I don't think it's really that easy to do in Sprite. So that's kind of my only gripe, honestly. But, yeah, I don't know. One of these days. Trying to clean up my JavaScript code practice for rock, paper, scissors game. Ah, nice. I'm interested in pixel art as I'm not good at drawing or art-related stuff. Yeah. Pixel art is pretty easy to get into, I think, versus other kinds of art. But yeah, I would say definitely try it out, you know? I've always enjoyed doing it. I started doing it way back when I played Animal Crossing, you know? Because, like, the shirts and stuff in New Leaf, it's like you draw them, you know? So that's sort of where I started first doing it. And you might not count that as real pixel art, but it is pixel art, so I count it. I think how I want these to look. Maybe something like that. I like the little bit of, like, curve. And then maybe on the bottom half it's brighter. Kind of like it's flat. And this goes down at a diagonal. Yeah, I like that. Based Animal Crossing, yeah. Yeah, Animal Crossing goes hard. I don't know if I want this guy to have, like... pupils or not, you know? It does look kind of odd when they have pupils. Maybe like vertical. I don't know, maybe we just keep it white. Looks phallic? What's phallic about it? So this will be the front, and then let's just add the different directions. 3064, 128. Oh, between the legs. Okay. Yeah. Make a good point. I'm just gonna kind of do a couple minor things. I feel like there needs to be some, like... Maybe. No. It's fine where it is, I think. Alright, let's draw the other directions. Let's see here. I think right there? 9. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Now, yeah, we're gonna need... I don't know if I'm gonna make animations for all of these. The head will probably just be static. I think right there. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. Should be 18? Uh-oh. Alright. So let's make... Let's see, what's the pattern? Right, down, left, up, or something? I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's just make this one the up one. So we're just going to delete all this stuff. And I would like to add his antenna in, so maybe we'll try and do that. So let's see, this one's gonna have that. Fill all of this in. Let's do this. Okay. Alright. So that's the back of his head. And then his mandibles will probably be sticking up a little bit from the top. So flip vertical. Just so you can kind of barely see him, you know? Make sure it's not doing this. There we go. Oh, I replaced all the other orange ones, didn't I? That sucks. Oh well, we'll fix it. Kind of right around there. Boom. Okay. Is Godot programming easy to learn? It's pretty easy. I mean, there's always going to be challenges with any language that you're learning, right? Languages will always have quirks and stuff that you have to figure out in the syntax, but I'd say as far as languages go, Godot is about as easy as any other can be, right? Yeah, it's really not too bad to learn. I learned most of the syntax in a couple weeks. I think the thing that's gonna take longer, which is to be expected, is the like just all the functions and stuff, you know? It just takes time. But it's really not too bad. Think of the speed. And if you've done programming before, I really don't think you'll have too bad of a time with Godot, especially. So yeah. It's not too bad. And there's a lot of tutorials and stuff for Godot, so, you know, it's pretty easy to find info and stuff. So I would recommend trying it out if you're looking for something easy. Hey Mars, what's up? How's it going? Let's see, eyeball. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I'm always happy to answer questions. Okay, mandible. So this is gonna be like this, but we're gonna clean it up. And since it's a side view, we're not gonna see much of it. Something kind of like that, I think. Can always be a little tricky to get the perspective exactly right, but I think that's gonna be about what we want. Hey, Python Phil, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? How's everyone doing? What are you up to today on your stream? That guy Bruce, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome in everybody. Hope you're doing good. What's Printer Cam up to right now? It's another one of those stands, so I just figured why not show it if it's active, I guess. But it's the last one. We're good. Bring some enemies into a retro game. Nice. Yeah, that's also what we're working on right now. I'm working on this, it's kind of like a Centipede guy. I'll show what he looks like in game. I'm just drawing the head sprite right now. We already have like a body sprite, but we need the head. That looks pretty good for the side view. And especially with the outline, I think it'll thicken up. So match that down. We can animate the head too if we decide that we want to do that, but I think we're okay for now. So down, up, left. And now we need the right one. That should be... It's only 14? Should be 9 away from there. Okay. So it should be like that. And then we'll just flip this one. Flip horizontal. Boom. Now I want to add antennas. Just because it would be cool. So we'll go back through and do that. What software are you using to draw that? I am using Paint.net right now. I wouldn't recommend Paint.net personally. I just use it because I'm so used to it. Yeah, we're just talking about this, but I would definitely take a look at Sprite if you're wanting to do pixel art stuff, you know? It's just gonna be better. Something designed specifically for pixel art is just gonna have a lot more quality of life stuff. So, it's gonna be way easier, I'm sure. I have messed with Sprite a little bit. I have bought it, and it's pretty good. It's just my only gripe with it is that it's really difficult to do things that are non-pixel art inside of it, you know? So that's kind of my only gripe, but it's not that big of a deal. You can just have 2 programs, you know? One for your pixel art and one for everything else. But yeah. But this guy is a Centipede. Let me show you what it looks like in game. Forgot that spike was going. So these are the guys. They're like worm guys. Well, they're centipedes, you know. So right now we're just drawing the head sprite. I accidentally killed all of them. That sucks. I just want one. Come on. I'm just trying to get one isolated. There we go. But yeah, there's the guy. It looks pretty good. We're gonna have the head segment on there. So I don't think it'll be too bad. But yeah, I got the body segments following the head like this, so it's kind of, it looks cool. I had to spend some time figuring out how I wanted to do that. We found a video of some guy making a worm guy. And I was like, okay, that looks pretty cool. Or he did a thing where basically the last segment follows the next segment. So this one's going to be pointing to this one and trying to move toward it. And so if you add those up, it gets this cool, like, curvy, wormy movement. So, but no, it looks pretty cool, and especially once we have the actual head on there and stuff, I think it'll be kind of epic. But yeah. You doing the Isaac way? Probably. I think with this guy, when you kill him, he's gonna split into 2 parts, so you have to kill him again. We're also gonna have a boss that's like this style, this worm style, right? So he will probably also split apart. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about how I want to go about it. I'm not gonna have each segment be its own entity, like in Terraria or something with the Eater of Worlds, just because it's kind of difficult to get the, like, entities linked to each other, so... But yeah. Drawing skills are awesome. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, yeah. It's all practice makes perfect. Trying to work out my inventory issues? Yeah. What problems are you running into right now? Oh, you mean the movement. I don't think I'm doing the Isaac way. Okay, yeah, no, that's what you mean. Yeah, the Isaac way of, like, movement, I think they follow, like, a path. Like, let's go look at Binding of Isaac. Worm. Trying to remember, like, how they move. Worm enemies. But I'm pretty sure they, like, just snap to the tiles or whatever. Okay. No, they don't. Those guys are just... Like, yeah, these guys do, though. I'm not really doing that way of movement. I mean, it's basically the same thing, I think. It's hard to tell, but it looks like it's, like, lerping toward each consecutive point, but I don't know. So... But yeah. I'll watch that later. But yeah, these guys aren't like following a tile or anything, so these segments will just kind of smoothly... Oh, they saved the last positions? Okay. Oh, okay, so they basically saved the last position and then these points move to where the last one was, like that. Yeah, I don't do it that way. There's no last position saving. All it is these points are lerping toward the next point in the chain. I think this looks a lot smoother, in my opinion, than saving last positions. But yeah. Is there Souls-like mode? Starground Cuphead mode? Not yet. I have thought about adding in, like, a difficulty option. Just for people that, you know, want more of a challenge. But I don't know. I haven't done it yet. But maybe. Maybe in the future it would be nice, you know? We'll see. Maybe one of these days. I'm just drawing the antennas. It's probably the right shape I want. And then they have like little like spiky things. Kind of like that. I don't know, it looks weird though when it's 1 pixel. Probably gonna thicken up these antennae. Just kind of like smooth it out like that. Let's see how that looks when we have both on. When my slot-based inventory opens up, every slot is filled and supposed to be empty. Interesting. It sounds like probably just the way that you're instantiating your data structure and stuff. I don't know exactly what kind of system you have set up, but let's see, that needs to go behind the head. Like that. That works. Why is the other one in there? Oh well. So, you know, where was this? Right there. I don't think that should be a part of that one. But it is for some reason. Okay. Cut that. Oh, but it's not even... Okay, whatever. And we copy this guy. Flip horizontal. And... move it in right there. Alright. Following the Victorian programming's... Okay. So you're following a tutorial, yeah. I can always take a look. I mean, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but you're always welcome to post your code in the programming chat. I'm happy to help out. I can't think of anything off the top of my head why that would be happening, other than just miss some code somewhere. But I would take a look at like where you're first creating those data structures. Like if it's stored in an array or something, make sure that you're filling it with the proper data. So, is this your first foray into game dev, or have you made things before? Yeah. This isn't my first game ever. It's my first successful game ever, but before this, I was working on a game called Pogo Rocket. And that game had a lot of flaws. Most of it just came down to my own, like, lack of knowledge of, like, how to do things. But I also didn't really enjoy working with the Game Maker engine, so once I moved away from Game Maker, that was nice. I'm kind of a bona fide Game Maker hater. I mean, it's not that I hate Game Maker. I think Game Maker is great for... Like, we had this whole conversation last stream. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with any one engine. I just think for me, it wasn't what I was looking for. So... But, yeah. I don't use that anymore. But yeah, I've been programming for a while. I started back in around 2017. Is when I first like really started seriously programming. So, and I've been just kind of messing around with different projects ever since. Honestly, Starground just started out as like just a multiplayer test, right? Seeing if I could do multiplayer. And then I think as time went on, I just was like, you know what? I already have this whole system here. Why not just make it a game? Right? So, that's sort of how Starground came about. something like that, probably. But yeah, I did get my degree in computer science. Graduated last year. So, you know, that was a little helpful. I don't really think my computer science degree was that helpful, though, for game development. I mean, it was useful to go over some things like C++ and stuff, like in cybersecurity, just to get a general concept of it, but it's definitely not worth it if you're just wanting to do game development, I would say. I think you can learn the same things just on your own, honestly. Let's see, Fearwig head. But yeah, I mean, it was fine. Oh, that already exists. Oh yeah, no, it'll be fine. Fix it. Okay, so now we got to animate the head. It's gonna turn to a big frame. Yep. Okay, Fearwig head. All right, so this is not going to be animated. We're not going to loop it. It's going to have 0 FPS. So now what we're going to do is, depending on the speed at which we're moving, I'm just going to say velocity dot angle. And kind of copy the same code I used here, for whether it's horizontal or vertical. So if the angle's less than that, now this actually we're gonna have to do differently because it's 4 directions instead of just being 2. So, wonder how I'm gonna do this. I could round. Let's see. I mean, I could say this, like, and there's a way to get, like, good directions here. I think what I can say is velocity.angle, and that's going to give it in terms of radians, and then we say rad to deg that, and then say mod 90. And we'll go ahead and round I on that. Well, we have to do that before. Let's see. Because we have to make sure that we're not rounding it. I'm trying to think how to do this. Well, let's convert it into a degree. And then we round it. Then we say %90, I think. So that's going to be for our direction. So that should just be like a number from 0 to 4 or whatever. Or it'll be 0, -1, -2, I think. And then 0, 1, 2. We'll see. We'll just print out and now in here dir and see what kind of values we're getting. Does that make sense? It's calling the empty slot function for every slot, but it's populating the image I put in when I was making sure everything aligned. Ah, okay. Interesting, okay. So it technically was empty, yeah. Okay. Well, hey, it's good. You figured it out. Congrats. Okay, one thing that I forgot to do is that I think this one needs to be brighter. Right along here. I just want the front one to be brighter so it's easier to tell them apart. I don't want it to look like one big blob of black. There we go. Okay. It stands for the win, yeah. People use breakpoints and stuff, but honestly, print statements are where it's at, guys. it's easy and it's quick. I pop it in exactly where I want and I can see exactly what I want to see. And that's it. It's kind of nice. So we can see what it's printing out here. That's definitely not right, whatever the heck it's doing. Okay, let's print out what this is. This should be converting. Oh, you know what I probably need to do is this. Just snap it before I convert. So say right here. Say, thank you for the follow. Oh, I don't want to mod it. I need to divide it by 90. That's what I need to do. So let's check on that. A lot of these are 0. I need to get one guy here. I need to kill one of them. Alright, so now we just have one guy printing here. We can see exactly what his rotation coordinate is. So, going up, that's 0. What's going down? See, it's also kind of 0. So... yeah, we have to figure that out. 90% of the time, it's still the best debugging tool? Yeah, honestly. Just checking it in right here, and like, it's just so easy. I mean, breakpoints are nice if there's like stuff that you can't easily just print out, right? And you need to see like the value of multiple things and how they relate to each other. Then in that case, breakpoints and monitoring variables and whatever it is in here. Monitors. I don't remember where it is, but then that's useful, I would say. Do we have any empty nodes? Yes, we're gaming. No orphan nodes. I had an issue before where there was a bunch of orphan nodes in Starground. I realized it was because I was instantiating like timers and stuff and then not freeing them, so... Okay, so... yeah, how do we want to convert this? Okay, so what this is going to be doing is just giving us... let's just start with the basics, right? Know what we have here. This should just be giving us an angle of our velocity. Right? So when we're going down, it's pi divided by 2. When we're going to the right, it's 0. When we're going up, it's minus pi divided by 2. And then when we're going left, it's pi. So, I mean, it's pretty... it should be pretty easy to figure that out. I guess one thing here, though, is that when we're moving to the left, it's pi, but if we go a little too low, then it goes back to negative. Like, it gets a little quirky. And there it's negative pi over 2. So then here it should be... oh, because see, it goes to negative 0? Oh, it's hard to tell sometimes. So that's 0, as intended. Let's clear it. Yeah, so it goes to pi and negative pi. So those are basically just equivalent. Okay. Now, what we can do to prevent that from happening is just say that plus pi. So that it'll just go from 0 to 2 times pi, right? So when we're going to the left, it's 6 pi... right? 0 to 6, which is just a little easier to, like, conceptualize. And we can also divide that by 2, just so it goes from 0 to pi. Okay, so now that's gonna go to 0 to pi. Yeah, tau. I don't know how I would get tau working in this case. Because tau is just 2 times pi. Yeah, it's because I have to convert the angle. Okay, so now we can, like, check all these different cases. Yeah, what I want to do is then round this whole thing. We'll first convert it into degrees, so rad to deg. Because the problem with radians is that it's not a nice decimal point, right? But now we can see, right? So this will be 135, 180 slash 0. Yeah. And now we can just say divide it by 45, I think is what we want. Let's see what this does now. So that'll be 3, and then that'll be 4 slash 0. And then when it turns to 1, it's up. Yeah, so that works. And now we just say round I on all that. It's probably a better way to do this, but, you know, whatever. I think it's fine. Okay, so 2 is when we're facing right. 3 is when we're facing down. Then 4 or 0 is when we're facing left. And 1 is up. So now we have a nice reliable way to tell the direction. And I'm also only going to set direction if right var dir is equal to vector 2 dot right. Or if, let's see. I'm just going to say angle is 0. Well, it's not an angle. Direction is 0. And then we're only going to do that if velocity dot length is greater than 0. Because I don't want to change the direction if we're not moving. Now all we say is match statement, match direction, 0. Can I have multiple things like that? Like, does that work? Oh, sick. 0, 4, 1, 2, and 3. Now we say main sprite dot play, or well, we're already playing the sprite. We just need to say main sprite dot frame is equal to 0 or whatever. So okay, 0 is 0, 4 is left, so that's going to be frame 3, and then 1 is up, so that's 1, and then that one's 2, yeah. Then this one's down, so it's going to be 0. So technically I should just swap those two, and then it would be all good, but whatever. Alright. And technically I could also just mod this by 4. Right? So that we don't even have to deal with 4, it's just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can also just say, if I swap those two frames, main sprite dot frame is equal to direction. So yeah. New frame is equal to direction %4. Yeah. That's the idea. So now I can just swap the place of these two. I don't even have to have any match statement anymore. And we're good. Resave it. Boom. Boom, guys. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I just like having it, you know, consistent though in the sprite versus how it is in here too. Okay, so the only other thing, if we do mod 4 on 4, yeah, that should become 0, so it'll go 0, 1, 2, 3. That makes sense. Hey, Razor, welcome in. What's up? Little Celix wave, let's go. How's it going? Alright. And then once this is done, we can fix the collision shape. I want to make it so like all the segments can be attacked, probably. Unless we just want the head to be attacked. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it more fun if you can only attack the head? Or is that just kind of stupid? These ones are backwards for some reason. See, it's like down, and then for some reason they're pointing to the right. Not sure why. To the right here, down there. And that one's just... Oh, it's because they're flipping horizontally. So I just have to go into enemy. And wherever I do the flip H. Right here. Just gonna add another thing to here. Flip sprite is true. If flip sprite. Okay. It's false. And we also need to call super. Alright. I was charging you so the head's not hard to hit. Yeah. So what's up, Dylan? Welcome in. Yeah, armored would be kind of cool. So guys, I might have to increase the size of the head. That small would be good, but I feel like small is odd. Small to me looks a little strange. Unless you guys think it's cool. Okay. I'll fix this now. Okay, so that should fix that. Sometimes I feel like maybe also doing diagonals for this guy would be good, but I don't know. Yeah, I think the head needs to be larger. Well, it sucks I have to redo it, but whatever. I mean, I guess I can just upscale it. How much bigger does this need to be? 14. Let's just say 48. Now these are... Oh, these are way too big now. Okay, not that big. Let's see, if we're at 14, what's 16 divided by 14? 1.15. So what's...
The heads look backwards when on the side.
Yeah, I fixed it, Ashik. Thank you. I can refund your text-to-speech, because I already noticed it. Let me do that. It was just because in the enemy by default I have the sprite flipping. So let me go do that. I don't see it in here. Somebody already did it? Oh, okay. Thank you. So it's 16 times 1.15. Let's just rescale up to, or no, we need to do 32 times 1.15. About 36. It's probably where we want it. So that goes to 17 on that guy. 16 on that guy. 16 on that guy. And 16 on that guy. Okay. Well, I guess I wasn't counting from there. Yeah, from there it's 17. Alright. Now we gotta fix them. Let's see here. Oh, that's what's weird here. Hey, thank you for the follow. So reminds me I need to do one for my game. Yeah. Let's fix the top. I think that's fixed for that one. These are gonna need a lot of work. I think this one's a little weird. Ooh, I think that should be like that. I think that one also needs to be like that. Yeah. That seems to be correct. And then this is so stupid. Something like that. It's a little better. Except now the eyes look too small on the side. But for working 5 hours, so you need to head off for that. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Get that sleep. Fix this. I think just put a pixel there. Let's see. Well, if that's the case. Alright, that's looking pretty good for the side. I kind of like how this one is, though, a little bit. Where, like, it's like... It only really goes in toward the end. Yeah, that's better. This one's still a little funky. I hope this is large enough. Nah, it should be. How big are the images now? Yeah, 144 by 36. That should be okay. Okay, that guy's good. This guy seems to be good. And then I gotta fix this one. Doesn't have to be perfect in here. Let's see, fix that pixel. I'm gonna freaking listen to it now. I keep, like, every time I finish streaming, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go listen to that music right after I eat, and then I'm just so tired that I never do it. So, yeah. Because I'm tired of letting you down. Let's do it right now. We'll just listen to it while I draw this. I'm liking it, though. I think it's too loud. Okay. Okay, now I gotta make sure that this stuff is a little proper. Like the spacing and stuff, right? Space between those two is 19. Spacing is 20. Okay, so this one has weird spacing. That one's 11 away. I think this one should be 10 away. Yeah, so this just needs to go one to the left, I think. Hopefully we're good. Yeah, we have 2 snooze credits anyways. Okay, let's resave that. It's gonna be all broken in the editor now. Oh. All right. I think that'll work. So now we're gonna relaunch the game. Yeah, that one's epic. I don't think it's too dark. I think that works because it's like you're under the ocean, right? So I think that's pretty sick. But yeah, sounding epic. It's not really anything I would change. I'll throw that in. We got Dust Storm. This is the new mix of the one. I already did hear this one, but let's see what the new mix is like. Should I go overboard to it? Nah, don't worry about it. I don't think you can go too overboard. This one gives me like major, sorry, I'm screwing the vibe. Major like Factorio vibes, which is epic. Because Factorio music is like very ambient. Yeah, I think this would be pretty sick for this zone. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Might look a little better if we also had the diagonals, you know, instead of just the 4 directions, but I don't know. I mean, I could do the diagonals. Say, what's up, Saiku? I can't. Did I say that already? No, I don't think I did. Sometimes I'm thinking about stuff I can't remember if I already said hi to somebody, and I'm like, oh, I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, I think this mix sounds better. Because before it was just a little too, like the bass, I think was a little too, the frequencies were too low on the bass. On the boom, you know. I feel like Tephra would have sirens going on constantly. Yeah, no, that's epic. I think it's really cool to like integrate that kind of stuff into the tracks, you know. So we gotta go 288 on this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the diagonals. I don't know. I think it would help with the diagonals on this sprite. Oh, that's it. That's it. Doing one of these. Yeah, that one's epic. And then this was the old one. Yeah. No, I think it's good that you up the frequencies of the lower thing. I'm pretty sure I heard of I listened to Distress Beacon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard this one. But I do like the ambient vibe of Tephra. I think it's really cool. Because, like, Tephra's like a abandoned planet, you know? So I think it makes sense if it's, like, ambient like that. It gives this sense of, like, I don't know, emptiness and abandonment, you know? I think that's a good thing. And also with how all the, like, insects and stuff have infected the area, I think that just helps add to it. So... thought of making music for Tephra just for fun. Yeah. Wind sounds... You're welcome to mess around. When is the meat planet? I don't know. Hopefully, one day. Well, I don't know if we're doing meat planet anymore or not. We do have some ideas for planets. It's just hard to say. It's not completely out of the question. I mean, it's still in the game, technically. But... I think it's just hard to draw, and then also one issue is it's kind of like ripping off Binding of Isaac a little bit, I feel like, you know? Which I don't really want to do. Let's see here. Somewhere around there. Yeah, the womb. Just because it's going to have an extremely similar aesthetic. I think the focus right now is, like, working on zones that kind of make Starground visually distinct from other games like The Binding of Isaac, instead of, like, confusing people. Or making it look like it's a clone, you know? But eventually, I'd like to. Let's see here. This is probably a little too... I like the crackling there in this track. I think that goes kind of hard. Okay, so we're just gonna move the eyes around and stuff. Maybe 2 pixels over. Yeah, that track goes hard. I think that was all the ones. All right, so this is going to be the diagonal sprite. Just to have, like... I think it just needs to be a little bit of a smoother transition between these. Right. And I think that'll work. I might want to move over the eyes even a little bit more. Like that. Maybe move that one more to the center. Let's see, that's 2. Yeah, no, that's correct. Maybe something like that. Now on here, we can kind of see like that a little bit. Okay. Ooh. All right. I feel like Ice Planet would be cool for either dungeon or automation. Yeah, I would really like an Ice Planet. I think having a planet for like each of the elements is kind of cool, you know? Just because I like the atmosphere that gives off, but I think it also opens us up for a lot of like interesting challenges and obstacles for players and stuff, you know? Because it's like, okay, this planet's completely frozen, and you have to deal with that with your machines. Probably rather do it as an automation, or not an automation planet, dungeoning, because there's already a Aquilo in Factorio, and Aquilo is a frozen planet where your machines freeze. So I don't want to steal that from Factorio. But even if your machines don't freeze on the planet, it could still be one. We would just have to sort of change how it works. Let's see, this one should be like a little more up now. How about a living moon? Looks like a moon, but it's an airship made by robots. Yeah, swamp planet. I have talked about like a more green planet, I think, in the past. Because it would be cool. I mean, we have Viridian, but it would be something almost more like Gleba from Factorio, where it's very like swampy. Yeah, right. Centipede kind of looks like an enemy I made for one of my abandoned games. Oh, yeah? Which one was that? It sucks to do all these diagonals, but it's okay. You only have to do one, and then you can just copy for the other one, so... Right, so I've done this one. Now I just paste it over here and flip it horizontally. Now this will make it look way smoother, I think, when it's rotating around. Sucks because I might also have to do this for the boss, but, you know, it is just one segment. It's not a big deal, and I can also render the boss in Blender if I want. Lava below. Okay. Crocodiles that jump at you? Yeah, that's just Florida. What do you mean? Let's see. I think I'm gonna flip this one vertical, because that's sort of where I want the things to be. So, hey, Crowcat Ball, thank you for the follow. We got ads. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it. So we're just gonna do that. Delete anything that's not the pinchers. And now we're gonna just flip this vertical. I guess I'm gonna have to rotate this. Whatever. Hey yo. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, some good water. Water goes hard, guys. I think we've been sleeping on water. I think we have enough Tyria music to have them in their own rotation. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Tyria music is in their own rotation. There might be a couple tracks on Tyria that are also in, Viridian, but... I'm still in a water baby, like, yeah. Or is that not what you mean by their own rotation? I'm sorry. Let me go see what's going on with the music. Let's update that list. It's ambience. Here we go. I'm going to the sheet. Google Sheets. Yeah, so the thing is that I think there's a couple of songs for Tyria that are also in, like, research. So, but we could probably just take out research then, since we have that other track for Tyria now. Yeah. So yeah, let me just make sure. I mean, I think the sheet's pretty up to date, but let me make sure. Bedtime, Dark Side of the Moon, Grassroots, Viridian, Nice Day, New Life, Twinkling Void, Outside, Beautiful Moment, Research, Blueprint Frontier, yeah. Signals in the Distance, Crystal Ocean, Cobalt, Sedna's Gift. Then I haven't put a monument in here. So I'm just gonna put down what needs to go here. We can keep research on both. Monument's the new one you just made, right? Yeah. So that's the only one that's not here yet, so I can do that. Enceladus has Rewind Lounge, Found Wishes, and... Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at Space Hub. Rewind Lounge, Found Wishes, Prep Time, and Browser. Yeah. Enceladus 0. Mold Symbiotic. Okay, so these are two different regions. I mean, they're two different levels. So for 0, we got Mold, Symbiotic Machine, and Layer. And then the lab has Yuck, Temple, and Corruption. There's also Grave and Arps. Not a big prep time head. Yeah. We can remove it if you want. Yeah, more Space Hub music would be epic. So wait, I think I'm missing some tracks then for Enceladus, because I don't think I have Grave or Arps. Let me go look at Starground chat. Oh, my head. Yeah, here we go. Arps. Right, I forgot about Arps. Oh, I found Arps. We're good on that one. I'm gonna download these to get these in. Monument. We got Dust Storm. It's the new mix. It's Monument, Dust Storm, Distress Beacon. I got Arps and then Grave, and I think those are the only ones that I didn't put in yet. I guess I did download Grave one time. I guess I just didn't put it in. That's okay. Alright. So Mold Symbiotic Machine Layer. Then Grave and Arps. Where do you think Grave and Arps will go? We can, let's pause the music and give it a listen. Go! Grave is probably a lab vibe, I think. Let's break these ones up into two just so that we're on the same page of where these actually play. So I'm going to insert another row right here. Can I... Okay. Insert one row above. And then ends... What? Okay. Enceladus 1 and Enceladus 2. To make a million billion tracks for each level. You can just like remix other tracks if you want. You don't have to make a whole new track if you don't want to. Oops, wait, these are not. Layer, Yuck Puddle Temple and Corruption. Ruins. I don't know if I have ruins in the game. Okay, so Mold, Symbiotic Machine, Layer. Okay, yeah, I think I remember listening to that one. Let me go grab it. Boop. I can't remember if I've updated the Spore track or not in game yet. Let me go listen to it. No, I haven't. So let's get that one. Let's boop. I don't think boop is in the game. I gotta find ruins. Seven's gift, cobalt. I don't know where ruins is in here. I'm not seeing it, unless it's like a way older one. Yeah, I don't see ruins anywhere. Could you resend ruins? Unless I just missed it or something. And then, do you want boop in the game, or what's the deal with boop? Okay, yeah, it's there. Okay. Let me add it then. Okay, so let's get all these in here. Yeah, no, it's all good. So, ARPS, Monument, Dust Storm, Distress Beacon. And then throw Grave in there. Okay. Grave, rename it so it doesn't have a 1. Then I downloaded Boop, right? I don't think I did. Also, I put Spore Boss in here. Sorry if that's loud, guys. What is it called? I think it's Spore 2. I need to update that. Spore 2. So I'll just delete the old Spore Boss one. Spore underscore boss. And then rename this to Spore Boss. And I did not download Boop. Epic. Thank you, thank you. And then Boop. All right. Let's get Boop in here. We can go ahead and turn the music back on. Shoot, that print's almost done? How long have I been streaming for? It's an hour? Okay. Alright. I think I've got them all in here. So, Viridian is going to get Boop. There we go. Can't click on it. Oh, there we go. It is clicking on it. Okay. I'm gonna put all these down in the patch notes. Track Boop to Viridian. Okay. Now, Monument, we'll go to Tyria. Added track. Monument to Tyria. Okay. So for 0, we're gonna have... I think ARPS would be good for 0. which is like the regular zone, you know, for Enceladus. And then one is gonna have grave and also ruins. To Enceladus lab, add a track grave. To the Enceladus lab, add a track ARPS. To the Enceladus top level, whatever. Okay. I guess this is technically capitalized. I didn't put ruins in here yet. Thought I downloaded it. Yeah, I did. Apparently I've downloaded it 3 times. So. I need to put all these tracks into the stream playlist too. Some of these like Boop and stuff. Oops, I added a space. Oh, hurry. Okay. Let me just make sure I got everything here. Monument is in here. Yep. So I can highlight monument. Was it that color? Oh god. It's that one. And then we can also go ahead and add in the music for the next one too. For Tephra. Distress beacon. And dust storm. Oops, distress beacon must have an underscore. Technically it doesn't have to, but I just like to keep them not having spaces, because sometimes it's funny with strings and spaces. Also have a lot of tracks sent you for my new album. Let's go. Yeah, feel free to send those over. I can put them in. Alright, I think we're good. Add a track, a dust storm to Tephra, add a track. Distress beacon to Tephra. Alright. Yeah, more of a compilation. I felt bad in there in your post somewhere, maybe it was on Instagram, you were like, I couldn't finish it because I was busy with Starground music. I was like, but it's okay. Next game we will take a different approach to music, so you don't have to make a million. Oh, what? Did I mess something up? Stress beacon, dust storm. Okay. Okay. I want to go to Tephra and make sure the music is playing. Oh, yeah. No. Wait. Yeah. I thought you were just saying like I messed, like I put in the wrong track or something. No, we're good. Yeah. Wow. I have to crush the recycle because we make too much recycle. And it takes up our entire recycle bin. Yeah, we do generate a lot of plastic and recyclables. But at least we're recycling. I know recycling is kind of a scam. Most places don't actually recycle much of what you give them, but I guess it's better than throwing it straight to the trash. All right. This is Boop, right? I don't know. Yeah, let's go. All right. Yeah, it's playing. All right, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's all set up. Ah, help me! Ah. Right, we're drawing all the variations for these guys, I forgot. Yeah, this track totally fits this place. It's a total vibe. Alright. Now let's turn off the music. I don't know why I'm only running at 55 FPS in here. What would make it run so bad? I swear something's up with my computer, man. You can burn most plastic pretty cleanly now? Yeah. Stuff they sent to China ended up landfills, very pretty plastic rock formations formed. Oh yeah. Interesting. My RAM is okay. I'm gonna have to upgrade my RAM and stuff one of these days. I'm still on the DDR4. I'm in the past, guys. I need to upgrade one of these days. My GPU is still fine. It's not like I can afford a new one anyways. Luckily, CPUs and motherboards are like still pretty affordable. I mean, getting like a 9900X, it's not even that expensive. I'm honestly always surprised how cheap the AMD CPUs are. But it's $364 right now for me on Amazon. That's not that bad, man. It's not even that freaking bad. Like $364 for an awesome freaking CPU is great. It's crazy how cheap CPUs are. I don't know why they're so cheap. And then motherboards aren't too bad. They're like 100 something. But graphics cards, man, what the? It's like $7,000 to get me a 4090 or something. I'm like, what? I can't do it. This is not gonna happen. Why is it so insane for graphics cards? Memory analyzer tool somewhere in the bottom. Yeah, I think it's in, I've messed with it occasionally, but I've never had issues with RAM usage in Starground. Or anything for that matter. Somewhere down in here, though. There's video RAM. Somewhere. Yeah, see, we're only using 90 megabytes. I should, it's funny that the things that are taking up the most VRAM out of everything is just the background and the frickin' dancing Starground guy right here. That's 4 megabytes. I mean, 90 megabytes is nothing. As long as we keep under a gigabyte of VRAM, I think we're fine. CPU cheap. It's basically pretty cheap, I would say. Relatively affordable. I mean, maybe I should get a, honestly, for that price, get a 9950, you know? Get 16 cores? Nah, I don't even think I need 16 cores. I mean, I think the big thing that would help with my CPU is just, like, the faster clock speed. Keep stuffing crap in the GPUs, yeah. Yeah, I know, it's so insane. I'm honestly, like, if I ever get another GPU, if I can ever afford it, I'm probably just gonna buy a computer, take the GPU out, and get it cheaper that way, you know? It's stupid. Man, I don't know why it's like this. Where did we go wrong? But whatever. It's just insane. I don't know how it's, why it's so bad. You know? I was literally looking at the prices and it's like, wow, I could just buy a computer and throw away the rest of the parts and save money, right? Isn't that insane? Can't be the only one that thinks that's insane. Because for all of my life, it's been, if you buy the parts yourself, it's cheaper, you know? And it makes sense. Of course it would be cheaper. Because why buy all the extra stuff? But now it's not, and I don't know why. I don't know, man. Windows forced the energy savings mode from laptops and computers too. I don't think they forced it. It's probably on by default, but you can disable all that stuff pretty easily. You can just go to your power plan and stuff on Windows and just disable it. You can do the same thing on laptops too. You probably wouldn't want to disable that stuff for a laptop because then you'll run out of battery, but you know. Yeah, but the Copilot crap, that's... yeah. Frick off, Copilot. Yeah, I've never used Copilot. I don't even want to. Let's see. Should that be... It was a little odd here. I think this one needs to go away. Yeah. Okay, so eyes on this sprite. It's gonna be like pointing up. So we're just gonna see like the edge of this one. Kinda like that. Perspective can be hard sometimes, but I think this is where we want it. And then we've got the funny eye up here. I think that'll look pretty decent once it's all said and done. Yeah, I think that's about where I want it. Could have it angled up a little more. Yeah, the print is done. We'll go grab that in a second. Maybe have it a little more angled like that. Those are a little weird. I think like that. Yeah, that's fine. And then we get the antennae. Okay. So I could probably just grab one of these ones and heavily modify. Just kind of rotate and stuff, you know? Probably squish it a bit. Like that. It's hard to get the perspective exactly right on this. Yeah, this track was hard, dude. Let me move that over. And we'll have another one over here like that. I think that's where I want this to be. Let's merge all the layers. Shouldn't have gotten rid of that other thing yet, but it's okay. I'll figure out where this has to go. 22. 20. I think it needs to go there. Should be 20 away from each other, I'm pretty sure. Like this one should be 20. That one's actually 21. What about this one? 20. Oh, from the edge of the black, it'd be... Man, I don't know anymore. We'll just animate it and see if it looks right. See if we see one moving around. That's 36. How many frames is this? Yeah, this is 8. Slow down the FPS. Just looks weird because that one flips the other way. Let's flip this. There we go. Now let's... Oh, it's one to the left. Okay. No! No, stop! Okay. Check it. Oh, wait. Check it. Yeah. It'll just look smoother this way, I think. So, yeah. Now we're gonna have to modify again. Close the game. Blah, 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 blah. Hustling is hard, yeah. They're all epic. I'm spinning the corner of your stream somewhere, yeah. I could. Okay. So now we have to change our code because this is only meant for 4 directions. So what's half of 45, right? 22.5. Yeah, so we'll see what that looks like. Then that has to be %8 now. I think that's right. Let's make sure. Put him on chair and he spins his own reduce the spin thing. Yeah. Would be epic. Maybe. Come on, game. Let's go. All right, let's go get the 3D print. No, I'll keep the camera up so you guys can see my hands. Pretty on there. Ugh. Okay. Seems pretty attached. I'm gonna take some force. I don't want to break it. I can just wait for it to cool down. Because it gets way easier to take it off when it's cool. It like delaminates from the base plate. Yeah, I don't want to bend my plate, but here it is, guys. G4 stop. I guess that's one pro of having a green screen is that it doesn't cut out like objects you don't want to cut. But also, guys, green screens are stupid, so I don't want to mess with them. Okay, let's check and see, guys. Whoa. I think that looks good. Moving to the side, diagonal, up. That diagonal. Because, yeah, it's based off their velocity, not necessarily where the player is, just where they're moving. So I think that looks good. Yeah, I just wanted to make it a little smoother for when they turn their heads around. Alright, cool. I think that's it for those guys. I don't have to spend too long messing with it. It would be cool if I, like, rendered it out in Blender and then I, like, rendered, like, 20 different frames of it rotating, but... it's not worth it. Oh, what is it? It's a little holder for a mason jar. My mom, because she's growing sprouts, and it's like a way to keep the mason jar tilted up so that it doesn't, so that the water will, trying to get this off. The water will drain out. I don't want to break the print. I'm just gonna wait. You gotta be patient with these things. I also don't want to warp my bed, so... Godot's 2D bones now? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it wouldn't work for this because I've got to like rotate it physically around, but it's cool for some characters. Definitely for it would be kind of fun to use that for stuff. I don't know what. I have thought about using that for like the character, like the Starground character and stuff, but I don't know. We already had a UV set up. It's probably fine. Alrighty. Well, I think this guy's basically working now. I think it's time to, like, you know, embellish. So, there is the diadematous step, which is what I'm probably going to use for this guy. I know it sounds super loud and insane in here, but it's not actually that insane. So I'm just gonna go to the fear wig. And actually really just for every one of the segments. I'm gonna paste it on, and whenever it hits a certain frame, we'll make a little sound. So I'll just say if frame, or we'll just have a signal on frame changed. Okay. On frame changed, we're gonna say stepped up play. If frame is equal to 0 or frame is equal to 2, then we play the step. And say step dot pitch scale is equal to rand f range 0.75 1.25. Okay, so now they're gonna be walking. Gonna make little step noises. I don't know what it's gonna sound like. We'll see. It might be really loud and obnoxious. Who knows? Can make him have a bit more insecty. Yeah, I have it more like a wave function where the balls trail the steps. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's okay how it is now. But yeah. It probably would be kind of difficult to get that set up. And I think it'll kind of trail anyways, just because there's a little bit of a delay between the things moving, so we'll see what this sounds like. The animations kind of do happen in a wave, so... Good is now just firing at random ideas. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I always welcome ideas. There's no reason not to. Alright, let's check this out. Might be really loud. It's just a lot of steps. Let's kill some of these guys. Ooh, perfect. So this is what he sounds like. Might be hard to hear with the music playing. Let's turn that off for a second.
Big boy next John Romero of this generation.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you. I think that's working pretty well, alright? It doesn't have to be perfect. I could probably make the steps less bassy and just kind of like... something like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then once we add in all the other stuff, it'll be cool, I think. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. We can go ahead and start adding in the attacks and stuff, I think, now. And do you have a power-up move to knock them all out easier? Am I just dreaming? I have a right-click thing. I have a special component where it zaps all the stuff around me. That might be what you're thinking of. Yeah, I have pitch modulation on. It's for this I could probably pitch scale it even further apart. It'll be anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5 now. That might be a little bit better. It's just since there's so many, it might be worthwhile to do it even more. Yeah. Sounds like a stampede. But no, that works. And yeah, the faster they move, the segment should like separate a little more and stuff. Because when they stop moving, they kind of squish back together. It'd be cool to have one of these guys just as a friendly dude. Sounds like a centipede, yeah. I don't know if I've ever heard what a centipede sounds like. Alright. Kill them all. Okay. I think we're good to go. It's weird how they just start as like a little ball. I might have to make them expand as they spawn in or something, you know? So maybe we'll do that. I think I'll just do this. On ready, scale will be vector 2, 0, 0, or vector 2.0. And then get tree. Create tween. Tween property. Self. Scale. Vector 2 dot 1 1, and over the duration of maybe 1 second or something. Just enough time so they can start pathfinding and spread out a little bit before they're huge. Then let's say tween dot set ease. It's gonna be ease in out, I think. And tween dot set trans would be probably sign for this one. We'll try that. Why do you use Godot language instead of C#? Let's see, GDScript's just nice in my opinion. It looks cleaner, it just flows when you write it. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. They're both great. C# I think is good if you're super familiar with C# already, and you've like done a lot of Unity stuff, right? So I think doesn't really matter which one you use. I just personally like GDScript because it's really simple and easy. Like, I've gotten really used to the syntax and stuff. Some people don't like Python syntax with the colons and tabs, but I think it's kind of nice because it like forces you to organize it. I don't know. It's just really easy to write. You know, you can technically write everything as like in plain English, where you could just say, if this and this, then, you know, like it's really easy to do it. So I don't know. It's nice. And I don't really have any performance issues or anything. Really the only performance issues that I have is just my own fault, and I can always fix them. So GD script really isn't that slow. People say like, oh, you're using a yeah, whatever. It's fast enough, you know, unless you're doing something super specific that needs the best possible performance, it's gonna be fine. Work in C++ and C#. I don't think it looks cleaner, but that's personal opinion. Yeah. Godot language looks funny to me because how no semicolon, just using tabs. Yeah. No, it's just you get used to it. Godot language seems nice for the ability to write while the game is running. Yeah, can you not do that with C#? Because that's kind of a huge deal breaker for me. I do that so much. Like I edit a variable and see how it changes in game. It saves me so much time. Oh. What just happened? I thought I set their scale to 0. Why would they get big? That doesn't make any sense. Ease in and out. Yeah, slowest to both ends. Then I'm setting scale to vector 1, 1 over the course of 1 second. Let's just really slow it out so I can like watch it as it happens. Funny enough, that's the part that doesn't really work in my project. GDScript is great because it supports style and readability through convention. Yeah. Seen some horrid stuff in Java. Yeah. Oh, I've seen it too. Don't worry. You cannot in Unity, but if by an asset allows you to. Okay. C++ you can to an extent, yeah. Interesting. Okay, why do they start really big? This doesn't make any sense. Also, where did their head go? What? Oh, it's like not doing it on the body. I think that's our issue right now. But I'm setting the scale, right? So shouldn't it also change the scale of these nodes? Unless I'm modifying the scale, but I'm not. Oh, it's because these nodes are transferring over their scales. So I just have to say, don't do scale or rotation. And that should fix it. Let's try that. It's still just their head. Oh well. I don't know. Instead of maybe they just fade in. And if they're fading, we don't need any of this stuff. Alright, let's just try that over the course of 2 seconds. Just say modulate.a is 0. Let's try that. Okay. So then the next part of this guy is going to be doing the dash attack. How I'm going to do that is just point a raycast to the player so that they can check for line of sight. And if they have an open path to the player, then they ram. And if they're a certain distance away from the player, right? So I imagine, like, I don't know how many tiles away we want them to do the dash attack from versus a bite attack. Probably like, I don't know, 5 tiles or something. We'll see. We can mess with that value really easily, so. Hurry up and load, Godot. Okay. Tired, huh? Alright. Yeah, so now they fade? It's a little odd. I don't know how I'm gonna get this to look right. I could just do a really short fade, I guess. It's just because their body, like, expands out, you know what I mean? I just don't want them to start as a little weird ball. Because it just looks weird. So how can I prevent that from happening? I just need these nodes to instantly expand out when they spawn in, right? Say, Undisplay 3D, thank you for the follow. Also on here, I think I check velocity or something somewhere. I need to say, not velocity, but, velocity sync. What I have against ball-shaped creatures? I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I just need, like, these body segments to move out faster or something. I'm trying to think of why it's not doing it immediately. We have target. Is the player. I mean, it's lerping. It should be fine. Target minus direction times 8. Ah. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a pretty minor visual thing. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. You can pop out from under objects. That would be cool. But then I'd have to, like, make sure the generation has, like, the place they'd pop out of. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it looks bad. If I saw this in a game I played, I wouldn't think twice of it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not really a big deal. I can probably just leave it. Focus on more important things. We gotta close some. It's taking a long time to open now. I think it takes so long to open because it saves all the scenes that are actively open whenever you launch the project, and I think that's why when you have a bunch open, it gets really slow. I wish they would just check, like, which scenes are already saved, though, so that it doesn't, lag out the engine. I don't know. First Godot engine contribution, guys? Nah, I won't be able to figure it out, but... yeah, just only the ones that are starred. Because I'm pretty sure that it's making all of them save, because it seems like regardless of... like, if I have a bunch of them open, even if they're already saved and up to date, it seems like they're still saving them when I launch the project, or resaving or something. I don't know. I don't know what's up. It's not because my task is getting confused. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it could also be backing up. I don't know. But the thing is it gets slower the more tabs I have open, right? So it must be something that it's doing for only the open tabs. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. It doesn't look that bad when they're in the ball form. It'll be okay. I don't think anyone's really going to care or notice, honestly. So let's work on the dash now. So it's pretty easy. We're just going to create a raycast like this. And the raycast length will actually just be the distance away that we can, you know, go to the player or something. Well, I guess it's going to have to set the target position to the player. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now what we're going to do is say raycast.target position is equal to target attack target dot to local, right? And I think attack target is just a... what is attack target? No, it's a player. Dot global position. So that's just going to make sure that the raycast is pointing toward the player, or whatever the target is, right? It's going to collide with 1. Exclude the parent, yep. And so now we're just going to create a timer on this guy. Timer. Whenever it times out, it's going to attempt a dash attack. So we're just going to say, as long as raycast2d dot is not colliding, right? Then we know that we have an open path. I think it has more to do with affected files, because sometimes it's just changing files that aren't even open. Yeah, that's fair. Seems a lot better in 4.4. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than it has been in the past. That's why I'm not, you know, it's not a huge deal. I'm sure it'll get better with time. But yeah. Okay, so if we're not colliding, then what we need to do is just set, like, it's like we need to temporarily stop the pathfinding. Which we can still use the navigation agent and set the target position and stuff. But I would like some kind of navigation agent, like target override, maybe. I guess I can just constantly set it in here while it's happening. We'll just have a variable var dashing, or what do you even call that? Ramming? Whatever. Dashing is false. In here, dashing is true. If we're dashing, then we're going to constantly set navigation agent target position to wherever the target is here. So our target position, vector2.0, and right here, target position will be equal to target attack target dot global position. I'm also going to only do this if attack target, because otherwise it would crash the game. And then if we're dashing, we're just going to constantly set our target position to our target position. And if whatever it has reached, I have a variable for like when an entity gets to the spot I want to be. Was attacked. Unless I did that for the enemy, or for the, not the enemy, the animal. It's possible. Why do they have a wander stuff? Oh yeah, right, that's set up for the other guy. Well, when they reach their target, I can just check it. Distance to target position is less than 5 or whatever, then dashing is false. And then also while we're dashing, I'm just gonna set speed to like times equals 4 or something, just way faster. And up here we'll also have our start speed will be equal to speed. Okay. Start speed times 4. And then when we're done dashing, we set it back to start speed. All right, so that should just make them dash toward the player. So we'll see how that looks. Let's try it out. And I might try to pathfind during the dash, so I might have to just completely disable the navigation while they're dashing, which isn't a big deal, and just set their velocity to a set amount. So yeah, might do that. But let's just see what this looks like. It's not gonna work because I didn't actually freaking. I need to say auto start and set it to every 5 seconds. Let's try this out. So they should start dashing around after 5 seconds. Unless I didn't get the timer started or I had to restart the game. I probably do. Okay. test again. The second test. Totally the first test. Totally. Let's see. I do need to work on the enemy script more because it is kind of a mess, if I'm being honest. Alright, they should do the dash. Oh, one of them did. Okay. That does work. It seems like their stuff is a little weird. Right, I mean, it kind of works. Let's just test this with one guy. So let's kill some of these guys. There's too many. No! Hate when I do that, dude. You know what? I could just technically spawn one in with the crate command. But whatever, we got one here. So he should just dash toward... I think I should make it so he dashes until he runs into a wall, right? Until he stops moving. Instead of stopping right where the player was, because it just feels weird. So I think the dashing stuff there is all good, but I'm just gonna say not here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna disable the navigation. So I'm gonna say here, navigates is false temporarily. And then back here when we're done dashing, we navigate again. Right. And then I'm just gonna say if collide is on, if is on wall, which this should be on grounded mode. Okay, so we actually do want floating mode. All right. So if we're on a wall, then that means we've stopped dashing. So dashing is false, navigate again, and do all that stuff. So that's basically what I want. And when we're dashing, I'm just gonna record like the angle to the player, I think. So var dash direction, right? And then down here, instead of setting target position and all that stuff, get rid of that. Now I'm just gonna say dash direction is equal to global position dot direction to target dot global position. So hopefully that'll work now. Okay, so let's try it out. So he should just go forward and dash until he hits a wall. And then as soon as he does, you'll start navigating again. Hopefully. I might need a way to like fully stop the navigation stuff from happening immediately, because it might still be going when I disable navigates. I'll see, unless it's in the process event and it's updating every frame, because in that case, then we're fine. I think we might be okay, actually. So let's try it out. Also, I'm setting dash direction, but I need to set my velocity to that, right? Dash direction. Times speed. I guess I don't need start speed then. Because I can just say dash direction times speed times 3. I don't need to mess with that variable either. Let's try that. Hopefully this will do what I want. they should just start dashing. I think one of them might have tried. I think they're trying, but something's odd. Right, those guys are dashing technically, I think, but they're freaking out. So I think something's odd here. Saying velocity is dash direction. Should just be a direction. Times or speed. It's probably because speed doesn't work like that. Right. I don't know how I'm gonna set this up properly. How does speed work with these entities, right? Because I think that's what I need to figure out. Because on the player, it's way more, right? Because we're getting the next path position normalized, and then we're setting velocity to direction times speed. So you'd think that would make sense. Speed effect modifier will be 1. But maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. So actually check the navigate spool. Yeah, right here it's checking and navigates. So if it's not navigating, it's going to disable all this stuff in here with setting the velocity to 0 and all that business, right? But this is one of the reasons why I kind of want to go back through this script and clean it up. Have an X and Y velocity. Yeah, the velocity in Godot is just a vector 2. That kind of denotes your direction, right? So setting that to the normalized direction here to the player times or speed technically should be working. It might just be because it's way too slow. Like if I greatly increase the speed, we can see what that looks like. And let's just do this. I think we can say create res, scenes, enemies, seams. Enemies, fear wig. There we go. So let's see how this dash looks now. Well, that was a little too fast. Let's try times 30 instead. And you know what? Let's also decrease the timer here just to test this faster. Let's go 2 seconds. Oh, and let's also only do this, right, and not dashing. I don't want them to start another dash while they're dashing. Does do vector multiplication gets all parts of the vector? Yeah, so if you say like vector 1 1 times 2, it'll turn into vector 2 2. So it should work. I just gotta fine tune it. Something's definitely odd. I think it's just something to do with like the enemy script is overriding the velocity or something, right? Because it's like being weird. I mean, it is dashing, but it's right, like it does hit the wall and stuff. But for some reason right there, it just stops. So I think there's something happening inside of the enemy script that's conflicting with what we have. In here, I set navigates to false, so it's not going to run anything under here. None of this stuff. Yeah, it's being weird. It stops at the player for some reason. I think I have another piece of code doing that. I think it's this enable attack thing that's causing issues, but that's off, so it should be okay. So it's not that. This is the issue right here, I think. Is that if our distance to the attack target is less than that, the velocity is 0. I only really want to do that if we're navigating. So I think I can just add if navigates. And that should fix that issue, I think. Yeah, see, now he just dashes through the player. So we're getting there, but for some reason it's very stuttery. I don't know why it's like that. Right? It should just be smooth, because it's in the process event. And I have velocity set to a constant thing. Oh yeah, we can hide the printer cam now. I forgot it. No, you can only put one script on one node in Godot, so it's not possible to do multiple scripts. Direction, that shit'll be fine. I'm just gonna print out the velocity and see if it's actually changing, because that's kind of what I need to figure out here, I think. Also, set that one to velocity sync. So this is what the velocity is. It is set to a constant value down here. So I'm not sure why it's so stuttery like that, right? It's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, I can mess it up from other places. The only place that it would be, that would be modifying this enemy is inside of the enemy script. So we're back from the ads, my apologies. Welcome back, Oshik. So velocity is a constant thing. Dashing is false and navigates. That's when we stop. There's got to be something else in here that's causing it to stutter like that, right? It's running, move, and slide. I mean, it could be this. This is causing issues, possibly. But if I'm disabling the navigation agent, then I don't think that's it. I might also have to say navigation agent right here, like disable it. If I can. I don't think I can. I don't know what else would be causing that. Current update time. So if attack target, I don't even know if I have that enabled. Oh, right. That's attack target is our target. And can attack, which should be on by default. So stuff inside of here will, but I don't have enable attack on, so that's off. And that shouldn't be running now, because I'm saying as long as you're navigating. There's all the has died stuff, so that's nothing. It's definitely something weird here. Sometimes Windows updates runs in the background needs like 30% of your memory. Yeah. What is taking up my RAM? I mean, I still have another 32 gigs to go, so it's not a problem, but here's why I got 64 for my computer. This is Godot. I don't think it's that, though. That is a surprising amount of RAM. 1.5 gigs? Is that too much? But this is in the editor, so it's probably weird, you know? I just wonder why it's so stuttery. Because I'm not really seeing that reflected in the print statement, right? Like down here when I'm printing the velocity. It doesn't seem to be changing or like stopping. Like it's just a solid value. Right? So I'm not really sure why. Yeah, I mean, look at that one. What's happening? Unless, like, the physics server is lagging out or something. That doesn't really make any sense. It looks like the balls are still moving smoothly, but it's just the head is really stuttery for some reason. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I can turn on physics interpolation just to see if that fixes it. But it doesn't. Because it shouldn't matter, I'm running it in the process event anyways. The only thing I could think of is that it's because I'm running move and slide before I set the velocity. And so the velocity is going back down by the time I run move and slide again. Oh. I think I might have figured it out. So I think the issue is that I run move and slide in the enemy event, and so when I think that's what's happening. Seems like he's moving faster now, though. Does running move and slide twice make him go twice as fast? I'm curious to see what happens here if I just do it a bunch in one frame. Your 4.4 inch is using 45 megabytes? It does make him move faster. That's so weird. Okay, so I think I just need to disable the other move and slide and make it happen after we set the velocity so that it doesn't have time to lerp back to 0. That's probably what it is. I think in here, I do lerp the velocity back to 0 or something. So I'll just say remove and slide. If navigates. Probably. It doesn't seem to have done anything, though. Maybe it's still running this one. But I don't know how it would stop it from doing that. What if I just disabled it temporarily? Does that seem to stop it? Because it does seem like he's moving faster now for some reason. Right? Because if we comment that out, how fast does he move? Okay, well that just stops him. I guess because he has navigates off. So that's not gonna work. It's an event that says dual calculation with the character. Yeah. Yeah, it should only be once per character, because otherwise it's gonna do weird stuff. I think it's just because of where I'm setting my velocity, right? Honestly, what we could do is just do this, I think. I think I can just calculate all this stuff and then call super, and I think that will fix our issue. Because I just need to make sure move and slide is happening after I'm setting my velocity. Yeah, see, there we go. Now it's working. Because I think what was happening is that my velocities lerps back towards 0 in the enemy script. And so it would like, I'd set it and then it would lerp down before it would move again. And so it would just cause this like stuttering of movement. So I just have to make sure I'm setting that before I lerp it back down. So I'm pretty sure that I do that in here somewhere then. Where I'm multiplying or lerping the velocity or something. Maybe I don't. I'm not sure. But I think we're okay now. So we can lower that speed back down to normal values times 3, and it should be okay. This is the script for the Fearwig, and then this one is the enemy script. So this is the inherited script. I need to go through here and... Yeah, I'm using inheritance. So this inherits a lot of these like basic variables and stuff, and then... Yeah, this guy's got his own logic. I need to go through the enemy script and clean it up because it's an old script. Oh, it's not happy. What happened? It doesn't think the raycast is real? Oh, no attack target. I just have to say if attack target. Alright. So now he should dash. There we go. And then he hits the wall. See? So he'll like dash toward the player, and then he stops when he hits the wall. So, I would like him to get stunned for a minute after he hits the wall, which is pretty easy. I can just set another timer for him to continue navigating. Maybe like little stars show up above his head. So I'll just say here, if on wall, instead of immediately setting navigates back to true, I'm gonna say get tree dot create timer, maybe 2 seconds or something. Not sure yet. Timeout dot connect. Function navigates is false. So let's see, or well, that'll set navigates back to true. Whoopsies. Right there. So he should dash, hit the wall for a minute, yeah. And then he'll decide to start navigating again. There we go. Oh, he clipped on this side. And we could even give him, like, he shakes when he hits the side and stuff, just so it's, like, obvious that he banged against the wall. So we could say in here, I have a thing for shaking. Shake X is equal to, like, 10 or something. I don't know how high we want that to be. Think of the process that you cannot guarantee the call order. Well, when you're inheriting a script, you can, because it depends on where you call super. Because super is telling you where to inherit the parent script at. So if I call super after I run this stuff, then I can kind of choose the order in which these things run. But yeah, I don't think you can decide on that if you aren't inheriting, though. Oh, he's freaking out. Oh, shake thing, right. Yeah, the shake thing is too extreme. Set that to 5. I would also like to have the freedom to change the shake, like, speed at which that goes. That's actually in the entity. That's probably what shake X fade is. Yeah, it is. Honestly, shake X should not subtract. That really should, probably lerp. Yeah, it just goes on way too long. Well, let me see what happens if I do that. So shake X, fade. Let's just set it to a larger value, like 10. It might just be what we need. Yeah, then it stops faster. Yeah, I think that works. I just want to give the player a little bit of time to, like, realize what happened and get away from him before he's done with his dash, right? Yeah. So that should work pretty well, I think. Okay. Only other thing I want to do with this guy is I think I want to make the segments kind of follow closer, and the way I can do that is modifying this power thing I have. So this is basically the further away the nodes are from the next node, it like clamps. They go together stronger. So I'm just gonna say this times 10 or something, and then that should make the nodes want to go together better for when he's moving around and stuff, right? So that doesn't seem to do it. What if we increase this value like insane? Just to make sure it's doing what I think. Let's go to 1,000. So all that should do is make the lerp extremely strong when the nodes are separated. Okay, it is, but it's really weak. Right, you can see it does kind of help, but it's got to be a pretty insane value then. And it also messes up with, like, the movement stuff. Kind of like the gap look, yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess, if nobody cares. You know what we can do? We can just draw little lines in between each segment. So he's almost like a... Yeah, that'll look cool, because then they'll still be, like, connected, but, like, they still have, like a springiness. The conundrum, I think, is solved, but I'm just gonna make sure, though. So let's just go into segment, Let's add a line 2D. And then in process, I'm going to say line 2D dot points is equal to vector 2.0 and line 2D dot to local target node dot global position. So you guys will see what that does now. It'll basically just draw a line in between each one so there isn't like the empty gaps. I'll show you what we got going on, Dylan. But the worm guy's coming along. He's almost there. I have the dashing working. I just need to make it so he actually does damage to the player, and then that's pretty much it. And then his other attack, the Chomper. And I would like him to separate into two smaller guys, so I'll probably also work on that. Okay, I'm probably just gonna spawn him in here, because why not? So you can see it's drawing a line now in between each segment. We have to mess with the depth ordering. It's not a big deal. We just have to say -1. And now when he separates out, when he does his dash, which he should do in a second. Buddy? I might have messed him up because I changed his nodes. Okay. I gotta fix some stuff here. But it's gonna work. So let's decrease the width a little bit. I think 10 is too much. It should be probably around 8. And the color of the line will not be white. It's gonna be black. And let's relaunch the game. So that'll just help kind of keep it, make it look a little more connected, I think. So it's not so, I don't know. Doesn't have these big empty gaps. And then we have to do an animation for the head for like a chomp. That, or we just do kind of an effect. Like a little, you know, effect that shows up on the screen instead of having to actually animate his mouth closing. I don't know, we'll see. Because then that means if I have to animate his mouth closing, I have to I have to animate every single direction, which is 8 animations. It's kind of not good. Unless we just model him in Blender, then do it that way, which I'm not opposed to. Yeah, so you can see the segments now in between his body like that, like the lines, right? You can see what that looks like. I think it just helps kind of keep him more connected. So I don't know what's going on. It seems like he just stops working as soon as he does his first thing. His first dash. I'm not sure what's going on here. That's set to 2 seconds, set to auto start. It's not one shot, so it should continue over and over. So in here we're saying target not dashing, do that. Dashing is true. And here, dashing is false. Let's actually do that in here, just because otherwise he might dash while he's in his cooldown. Uh-oh. This has got to be broken up into 2 things now. I don't know why I added a comma. A lot of insects do have transparent segments like wasps. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, I think the line look will work. Okay, will they dash again now? Oh, he's all screwed up. Let's just put him out of his misery. Okay. This is the only bad thing with modifying nodes. On the fly. Sometimes it breaks references, internal references in Godot, so I think we have to restart the game. It's not a big deal though. Okay. This better be perfect, guys, or I'm gonna freak out. Hold on. Whoa. Yeah, and I think, is their dash fixed now? Yeah, their dash is fixed. Oh, is it F6 to restart? Let's pause. Let's run project. Does F6 restart? Let's see. F6 doesn't do anything for me. I don't know if that's a Godot thing or not. It's freaking out. The shake thing is weird now. Sometimes it's weird how they, like, get around the wall. I have to make it so it's only when they full stop and collide, right? I don't know why their shake thing now all of a sudden seems odd. It needs to be more, I guess. Oh, is it because I'm constantly setting the shake back up? That's what's happening here. So I just need to check that, like... I'll just say and navigates here. And then just immediately set dashing to false. That'll do it. Okay. Oh, F6 to reload current scene. That's probably going to cause a lot of issues because there's a lot of scenes, and the way that the scenes are... Like, I don't think you can... I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Is it in here? Oh, okay. Oh, no. This is going to load this scene then, isn't it? No. Well, that just restarted the... Okay. Yeah, it's all fricked up. I don't think I've designed Starground to be able to do that, so it's fine. That's why I have commands. So I can load these guys in really quickly and easily. But honestly, it doesn't take that long to just load in, and... It's great for shaders and menus at least? Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, things that aren't so interconnected to the world, for sure. Okay, let's take a look at this. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So he dashes, and now the segments in between the bodies, I think are nice. It just helps kind of like... I feel like it helps, keep him connected, you know? He doesn't look so weird and separated. So yeah, I might change those segments around a little bit. Maybe make them like smaller segments of his main body or something. We'll see. Instead of just a line, but that's not bad. Because what we could do instead is like just make a tiny little like ball thing. So yeah, like an 8x8 sprite that's just like this. And this is like his segment, his line segment thing. Just make it red. Right, and call this one Pure Wig segment. Or Pure Wig segment, I guess it's like a sub segment. I don't know what you would even call it. And then do that, and now in our line, we can change it to be that. So what we have to do is say fill. So this loads. We have to modify this. We have to go to import and then say tile. I think. Generate. I think there's a way to make it tile. So you're gonna skulk around a distance. That would be cool if he like always tries to stay a certain distance away from the player. I'm gonna have to figure out how to implement that, but it would be interesting instead of just instantly like following you. I don't know how to make it tile. There's probably a way to do it. Oh, you have to do it down in the node, I think. Never mind. Subsegment, and then we set it to tile. And then I think it's down in texture. Yeah, you say repeat enabled. So if we stretch out this line now, just to make sure. It should be, yeah, it's like his little segments now. Right? So that'll be cool. It'll just look like a spine or something. The spiders just wander around randomly. I could also make this guy just wander randomly. You know? I mean, that's a solution. That actually looks kind of sick. Like the little balls in between. Because it lines up perfect where it's the exact size of the sprite. So that's kind of cool. I think a little slam noise when he hits the wall would help a lot. You know. But yeah, I mean, I could just make these guys wander around randomly until they're ready to charge at the player. It's definitely doable. It's hard to, like, make them specifically stay away from the player. The reason why I can do that with the flying enemies is because they don't collide with anything. But the problem is if I, like, tell him to stay this distance away from the player, what happens when the player walks to the edge and now their position target is here, right? So it just gets extremely complicated. It's easy to, like, pathfind to a target, but pathfinding a specific distance away from the target is kind of hard. But yeah, I could just make them wander around randomly. It's pretty easy. I just go into here. And this stuff should all be fine. I can just modify his, like, code in here. And just say, basically do what I did for the face. Just copy that code. All I say is wander is true, and then that's it. So back in the Fearwig, I just say in ready, wander is true. And he should still be grabbing like an attack target, I believe, when he's wandering. But he won't actually use it. Yeah. Right here is where we do it. If wander, then it just says, yeah, wander radius rotated, just a random position in the room. So that should work. And then we can modify the values of how fast he wanders and stuff. We can make it so he doesn't, like, stop moving, so that he's constantly moving around when he wanders. We just have to make sure that the wander time is going to be larger than the distance that he goes. Or smaller than the distance, whatever, you get the idea. So now they should just wander around randomly. Yeah, you can see that. They're just kind of wandering. And then if they see the player, they go crazy. And they dash toward them. So I think that works. This guy's kind of stuck. I don't know what happened to him. There we go, he's fine now. So yeah, they should be pretty, still pretty dangerous with the dashing like that. And I probably will keep them dashing pretty frequently, like every 2 seconds, because it's kind of easy to avoid their dashes. You just have to walk around them. When there's a bunch of them, then it's more difficult. I kind of feel like I want to fix that, where they like get in a corner or something, and so immediately as soon as they dash, they hit the wall. Like, maybe I'll set sort of like a minimum cooldown on how long the dash goes for. I'm sure you can set a distance from walls in the nav agent. Yeah, I do have that set. I mean, I have like a distance away from the wall. I think it's just because their collision shape is probably around the same size as that distance. Yeah, the problem though is changing that distance changes it for every entity in the game, so that doesn't really... That's going to be kind of a problem. I'll just set a timer for this before it checks for the is on wall thing, right? I mean, it's pretty easy. Just say check for wall, right? By default is false. And down here I say check for wall is false. And then I also set a timer in here. Get tree dot create timer for half a second. I don't have to say it's a variable. Dot timeout dot connect. Check for wall is true. And then I say if is on wall and check for wall. Export variable. Well, yeah, I don't think it's not something that you set inside of the navigation agent or inside of the entity, right? The way it works in Godot with the navigation regions, it's set inside of the room, like the navigation region right here, where it's where is it? Is it even set in there? It might not even be in there either. Well, I thought that it is because it does stay away from the walls. Oh yeah, it is in here. So you'd have to set, it's somewhere in here, cells or agents right here. It's agent radius. I have it set to 8 pixels. So yeah, when somebody's collision shape is 16 pixels, it means they're colliding with the edge. I mean, I could have a separate navigation region for every single entity that has a different radius, right? Like I could set the radius to 16 and then rebake it. But that's kind of a pain, if I'm being honest. So it's probably not worth it. I suppose I could always do that, like, automatically, you know, procedurally, but then it's going to be kind of bad for performance for loading in the rooms and stuff. So honestly, just adding a little cooldown should probably fix the issue. Yeah, definitely not. To do it manually or do it procedurally, it would still be a pain, so I probably don't want to. And it's only for very specific enemies that I ever have an issue with that, honestly. Most of the time, it's fine. Okay, so that'll check for the wall. And that's it. So let's go test him out now. If he's gonna wander around randomly, I probably won't even give him the second attack, because it doesn't really make any sense. And honestly, we have plenty of melee enemies that just go to you and attack, so I think it's fine to keep him only dashing. Let's go check it out. I've been thinking about also throwing in what's the word? I don't know, remember what I was gonna say. But I also want to make them split in half, so. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about moving the ancient automaton over into this dungeon. Because we already have the other guy, like the zombie guy in the first dungeon, so I feel like it makes sense to, you know, take the automaton here. And since he's kind of a robot guy, I think he would fit in with the color scheme here way better because he's gold. So. What if they dash, but if the player's too close, they chase? I could do that behavior. I could just say, depending on the distance away from the target, they'll wander or not. And that's also how close you have to be for them to start their dash too, which could be kind of good. Yeah, we could do that. So I could just say every frame if distance 2, right? Distance 2, attack target dot global position is less than a certain value or whatever, then we'll say wanders false, otherwise wanders true, and that's also where we check the stuff. var ready for dash. Ready for dash is false. And then we only do this if and ready for dash. Or I guess we can just say if not wandering. If flash shader's not that much work. Yeah, I mean, well, I do have it set up. I don't even use a shader. Because what you can do in Godot is just change it to raw mode and just increase the values so it flashes white. So it's not even that hard. The reason why it's not applying to the body segments is because they're not a child of the main sprite. But I think I can make them a child of that no problem. I don't think I run into any issues. So let's do that and see if that fixes our problem. So we should be good to go. They should only attack now if you're closer than 256. Right, because if you're not wandering... Otherwise, they'll just wander around randomly, so I think that works. Let's give it a try. Let's restart the game. Now, he should also flash pure white for everything. Like the material version because it's drag and drop? Yeah. No, I mean, it's totally fair. I think it's nice. The only reason I don't do that for the flash stuff is just because I like having that be like a separate thing from the shader, because the problem is you can only have one material per node. So it would mean that if I had a custom shader for an entity or something, then I'd have to make a new variant of the flash shader that integrates the same effect. I think there's also like the include script things or something. I don't know. I'm not really... But I'd still have to tie it into the shader parameters, so I just like messing with the modulate. But yeah. Go to sleep. Thanks for the great stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, yeah. Very talented. The game looks great already. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, yeah. Thanks for all the help and stuff, suggestions, and I always do appreciate that from everyone, so... Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye. Oh, it's not happy. That's because I didn't check if the attack target is there or not. So by default, I'll just say wander is true. And I guess in here, I'll just say else wander is true. Yeah, you can have if statements in your shader, but not if you reuse the shaders for 100 things. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's check this out. So they should now wander when they're too far away. And then when they're in the radius of the player, they will run toward them and dash. I kind of like that behavior, because I felt like they needed to follow the player a little bit at least. Because the difference, well, like when you attack this enemy and they split into two parts, one's still going to be the head, which will follow the player and target like normal. But then I want the other one to be headless and just wander and dash randomly. So. Yeah, so when we're too far away from them, they should be like not following the player. Except 256, I realize, is actually a really big distance. So let's decrease that in half, maybe. Because 256 is like freaking 20 tiles or something. So yeah, you can see these guys are just kind of wandering around, right? I don't know why that guy has his depth stuff messed up. Oh. It's because his main sprite doesn't have depth ordering enabled, so let's do that. Or Y sorting. Alright, there we go. Now they dash and they follow the player when they're close. I think that makes them a little bit more of a threat, which is good. See, because like this guy is too far away from the player. He doesn't really know what's going on. He's just wandering randomly. No, but that feels like a pretty good distance to me. Now also when we hit these guys, yeah, the whole body flashes now. It was just because the segment textures were not a child of the main sprite, which is what gets that flash effect when they take damage. So, it's pretty easy to fix, though. Cool. But yeah, these guys are working pretty well. I just need to actually set up their damage stuff when they do the dash, and that's pretty much it. I don't think it's going to be that hard. I just need to, like, check if they've come into contact with the target or not, and then that's pretty much it. Just put a shape cast down. But yeah. Yeah, you can see that, like, wall touch cooldown in action sometimes. Yeah, this will be a cool enemy. I really like spicing up the actual attacks and stuff, because it just makes it so much more interesting. I hate games where every single enemy is just basic melee guy, you know, walks up to you and attacks you. I think it's fun to have, like, entirely new mechanics for different enemies, because they just are so much more interesting and unique that way, you know? This guy's way different to fight than something like the automaton, because it's like, it's a matter of like dodging and wait for them to go against the wall and then you go in for the attack, right? I just think it's way more fun. And they take a lot of knockback. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, it's because when they're in their stop state like that, they, yeah. I'm not lerping the velocity, so they just like move really far. I should probably fix that. Am I lerping the velocity back to 0 inside of the entity class? I think I am. In process or something. Yeah, I think I say in here... No, I don't. Okay. Knockback. I am lerping the knockback, but not necessarily their velocity. So I might actually do that inside of these guys' scripts. Just make sure that they are going back to 0 velocity. I think this stream's gonna help fix it. Yeah, I've noticed that you're awake. Which is crazy. Been up since like 2 a.m. Yeah. Well, hey, you're slowly working your way back up the start time, you know. Hopefully, I'll stay animated and interesting. I mean, it's already 7 for you, so that's not too bad. I mean, going to bed at 7 is really early, but it's not insanely early. Like, I know people that go to bed at 7. My dad, because he wakes up at like 5 a.m. But... Rookie numbers for a programmer, yeah. Yeah, I was up pretty late messing around getting these nodes, the segments kind of displaying properly and depth ordering and stuff, but it's worth it. It's a cool enemy. So you can also like trick them and like make them go far away from you, which is kind of cool, right? I think some little particles and stuff that shoot out when he collides with the wall would be nice. Just like some dust. And a sound, of course, would be nice. A little... I mean, I know technically this is not a wall. It's actually just the edge of the roof. But that's besides the point, okay? Cameras are built different, yeah. It's been so many times I've just not slept. Because I gotta get a Starground update up. It's pretty bad. Come on, little guy. These are like wizards instead of making crack in a big cauldron, cracking your knuckles every hour on the hour. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, okay, so this guy's gonna need a corpse. Ugh. And cracking jokes, yeah. I want. Cheese. I love cheese. I always forget cheese gives you a minor speed boost for like 1 second. Yo. You guys did cheese time at the exact same time. That's insane. Thank you for the cheese time. Then you get slow again. Let's go. Mario coded. Oh my god, oh my god. No! Stop! Stop, stop! No! Guys, it only goes so far. I wonder if you could actually lag it out, because I think... I don't know, man. Oh my god, guys. Don't waste your points, don't waste your points! No! Stop all your points! Oh god. Is it gonna be... Oh my god. You guys are insane. Do you realize how long this cheese time is gonna last now? It's gonna be like 5 minutes. Down the drain, yeah. Holy crap, guys. You've ruined us. You've ruined the stream. But I can't... I gotta play it out, though, because you spent points. You spent real points. Frick. I'm gonna print out how long cheese time is, because I'm just curious to see. Oh my god, we have 500 seconds left? That's like a long time. That's like 8 minutes. God dang it. Here, how about we do this, just so we're not completely bricked. There we go, guys. You can still see what I'm doing now. It's insane. It's just gonna keep going. Yeah, I bet the bitrate is dead. I wonder what people on Twitch think of the stream when they see it's just solid cheese. God. I don't think we've ever had it loop the track. This is the cheese anomaly. This one's going down in the history books, guys. The great cheesening, yeah. Oh my god, dude. When cheeseflation? I don't know. Yeah, I might have to increase the rates of cheese. Every time you guys redeem cheese time, it increases the point count by 10 to redeem it again. That'd be fun. And I think it's possible to do with the Twitch API that I have. I think I can set the points of it dynamically with code. That would be kind of funny. We create like a economy for the point redemptions. The more you redeem it, that'd be crazy. Cheeseflation is real and starting soon. We're style game made. Nah, that was epic. What do you mean? Okay, I want to add particles to this guy. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. This is the cheese stream. God, 29 cheese times. I wonder if I should set a cooldown. What do you guys think? Is a cooldown warranted in these cases? I hate to, 1984, I hate to set a cooldown because I don't want to stop people from doing what they want, but man. Refund everything? No, better not. Cheese time should cap out at like a minute. Yeah. I wonder if I could dynamically get it set so like if the cheese time reaches 1 minute, I like pause it. You know? Like I can temporarily disable the redemption. Maybe. That's something I can look into with the Twitch API that we have set up. But yeah. Okay, so this is our dust particles, guys. I keep forgetting you can see my screen, actually. It's gonna have no gravity. Color's gonna be a dusty color, which will be this one. Unless we want to go with that one, let's go with that one. Awesome, I love when it doesn't get copied. Are we about to get a triple loop on the song? Holy crap, guys. Insane. Okay, this is our dust. And then also for the initial drawing shave, the emission shave, sphere 8, something like that. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for the spin. You can't see it, but thank you for that. Oh, some good water. Man, water goes hard, guys. Angle, set that to random. Cool. Oh my god. Saw 2 blue things, yeah. You might be able to see me facing it. See, remember the Starground Steam key? Yeah. Why? Oh man. How much time is left on it? I don't know. We'll see. Should have like a little timer in the main menu for the pause menu on the overlay so we can see how much time we actually have left. So I can play the game while else. That's true. Hey, I can't argue with that. We're speaking facts right now. This is the longest cheese time ever, dude. This really is the cheesening. So like mostly explosive. And then when we hit the wall right here, we're gonna say dust dot emitting is true. And then also dust dot direction is gonna be equal to our old direction here, our dash direction. Yeah, I think we're looping again. What, this is the 3rd or 4th loop? It's insane. It's probably a terrible viewing experience for everybody. I'll increase the size of that a little bit. Okay, so dust will start emitting. That should all be good. That's 10.5. Then the direction will go in the direction of the dash. What else do we need to do in here? Just a sound, I think, for when we actually hit, and then that's probably it. Alright. What kind of slam sounds do we have? We have a thumper slam. That one's a little too big. That's probably a little too insane. I just need like a Yeah, sorry about that. It's really loud. Slashes. We have the meat slap, but that's really for spore. Shot the cheese, yeah. Might have to open up free sound here. It's like stare at the center of the screen for a minute and then look away. Yeah. It's very hypnotic. Oh? Holy crap. It's over. We're free! Let's go! Well, thank you for the cheese time. Never do it again. I probably will set up very minor cooldown just so it's not insane. You stopped ads because I thought it wouldn't end so soon. Well, now you're all good. That was like a solid 8 minutes of pure cheese. Man. Alright, we're gonna listen to some slam sounds. We're gonna turn down the desktop audio. No! Hey, I fulfilled my duty. I played out the cheese, whether I wanted to or not. Is my webcam delayed right now? I am talking. Is it delayed? Is my webcam delayed? Yeah, I did hydrate. You guys couldn't see it, though. It's not? Okay. Just making sure. I think there's like some minor delay on OBS playing versus what's on the stream, so it's probably hard to tell. Door slam. That's not what I want. Metal slam. No. If any of these hurt your ears, let me know. Not that one. Glass slam. That one's stupid. I just want one that's like, kind of like falling to the dirt. You know? Heavy impacts. Those ones are okay. Those last two were interesting. Maybe one of those ones. Was that what's the license on this? I need Creative Commons 0. Jail door close. Guys, it's the thumper noise. Oh no, my secrets are revealed. Ow. Not that. That's not terrible. Me when I'm... I don't even know. Me when the guy that doesn't say anything calls me. Car door. Those ones are not really what I'm looking for. That one's just a whoosh. A lot of these are doors. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Door slamming. A lot of these are doors. I think that's it, guys. That's it right there. No, this one. No. Come on, guys. Oh, book close? Well, it's not. Trying to open a locked door? Let me in! Not that one. Let's not do that one. Door slam. Metal door. That one's too low pitch. Screen door. No. Maybe not a slam, but like a drop. Body fall. Kind of, but that sounds too light. Body thud. That's what I need, a thud. Not a slam, I need a thud, guys. There we go. Me when I adjust my microphone. Body thud. That one's not too bad, but it's like weirdly balanced. That one's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Also, I think it stopped. Oh no, we still are. It's kind of low quality. I'd have to adjust, but whoosh. Thud. Those ones are actually kind of good. That one's not bad either. It's funny because it's like you can probably tell this is someone slamming on their desk. Yeah, this isn't a bad sound. Like right there. We could even have two different sounds. Or frick it, use a third one too. And have three. Nah, let's use these two. I like the low bassy kind of sound. It's like, you know. Download sound. I have to open the dreaded program, Premiere Pro. So we have an ad starting 1 minute, everybody. My apologies. I'm sincerely sorry for your loss. Oh yeah, can we get this thing off of the platform now? Let it cool down. Oh man, this one's just a stubborn little guy. I don't want to break my bed. I guess I'm just gonna use the old chisel technique. Oh man. This one's pretty in there. Huh. Oh. Got it up a little bit. There we go. It's tight. I probably put too much glue on. Hopefully I'm not breaking everything right now. We'll see. Did I separate any layers? We'll see. Yeah, Vanderwolf forces, yeah. Yeah, it's really on there, man. Wouldn't that be insane if your bed was so perfectly smooth that it's just, yeah, Vanderwolf forces. Okay, I got it off. They're good. It didn't break. Now this one. Sounds like I'm knocking on a door. Hello, who's there? Come on. This is the problem when your prints are flexible. It just flexes with the board instead of snapping off. Ugh. Get off of there! This is a tricky one. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Just have to use some hammer. This would be a cool eye patch. Would I be a quirky, fun guy if this is my iconic look on Twitch? Does I have a little mesh over my eye? thought breathe in some dust or something, man. Okay. Alright, so we just need to open up Premiere and edit these sounds. So let's do that. I don't know what vid is. Sounds 3. Go move it over. I really need to find an alternative to Premiere for audio stuff. Because Premiere kind of sucks. It's okay for video editing, I guess, but I don't really want to use it anyways. Okay. These are thuds. Oops. So I'm thinking we just kind of get rid of that first initial, like make it a more subdued thud, right? By doing like, starting from there. I think that'll work. I do like how it has almost like a little bit of a gravelly noise because it sounds like dust or like rocks being kicked up, which is good. Just fade out the ends. It'll work. So it doesn't have to be a crazy sound. I just want like a little bit of a feedback for when they're done dashing. Because it's like, that's really what all these sounds are for. You know? Yeah, it's for adding ambience and like making it cool, but also really it's just for the player to know what's happening in the world. Right? So it's like when you hear this thud, it means the guy is done dashing and now's the time to go attack him. Can I send an impact I just made? Yeah, sure. Feel free to. I'm gonna go put this plate back. Makes a funny noise. New sound effect for Starground? Where did my little scraper go? Did I lose it? May have. The scraper is gone. Oh, it's just on my desk. Okay. Starground chat, epic. Dusty thud. Ooh, that's a nice thud. I do like that. That's nice, is just to have it. Good old... Good old what? I don't even really need to edit that one, so I'll just put it straight in. Good old-fashioned microphone, yeah. Let's change what that's saving to. Yeah, did you really? Yeah, it's so good. Uh-oh. What? Where's the file box? Guys? There's no file dialog here. Am I just not seeing it? No. God dang it. Freaking hate Premiere, guys. Time to task manager. So fun. God dang it. By the way, speaking of things that I hate, has my microphone been popping at all? Or are we okay? I just saved the new device, bro. Okay, that's good. Well, maybe it did help getting the new interface. Who knows? Okay, let's try this again. I hope it doesn't break. There we go. Now we actually have a box. Okay. Sounds. Sound effects. This is going to be the funny guy. Fearwig Slam 1. Export. Okay. Fearwig Slam 2. Welcome back, Oshik. Export. All right. So I'm just going to randomize which one gets played here. From when he does the slammy whammy. Right here. Slam.stream is going to be sounds that pick random. Oh. I'll call this slam sounds, just so the naming is good. Load. Slam. Let's get Dusty Thud in here. Dusty Thud Gaming. I don't know about you guys, but Dusty Thud Gaming's it's a pretty cool name. Dusty Thud. Place with Fearwig Slam 3. Favorite Cowboy themed gaming channel, yeah. Dusty Thud. Alright, so this is gonna have like 256 on that, sound effects. No! Sound effects world. That should be all good. Then down in here, I'm also gonna say slam.pitch scale is randf range 0.75 to 1.25. That should be it. Oops, slam.steam. That's not. And then I also have to say slam.play, preferably, if I actually wanted to do something. Alright. Let's go. I'm breaking the supports. Yes, I am. I'm breaking my supports on my print. Why is it just gray? Okay, it's just taking a really long time. We're good. Sorry guys, I'm breaking supports. My hands are getting covered in glue. This glue is kind of nice though because it's completely water soluble, so you just wash your hands with water and it's gone. Which is way better than the hairspray. The hairspray was not water soluble, so you'd have to like use rubbing alcohol and stuff, and it's just a freaking mess. Okay. More bit here. Alright, one more support. Ah. Check that out, guys. It's harder than I thought. I can't break it with my teeth. Okay. An idea for the dungeon tracks. Do you think randomize the pitch / speed for those would be a good idea? We could try it and see what it's like. Yeah. Alright, so what was I checking with these guys? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty epic. Why are they all the same sound? Okay, no, it is randomizing. It's just... epic. These guys are pretty sick, dude. I might increase the distance on the slam just a little bit more, like to 384. Just because I want it to be pretty audible by everybody. And I have to add in like actual sounds for these guys and stuff, because right now they just go like they're the same as the Pecky, but yeah, this is pretty cool though. I'm liking what we got going on here with these guys. And now we can use this same tech for other kinds of worm enemies if we really wanted to also. You know, so that's always a pro of implementing stuff like this. Excuse me. Need a yawn emoji, I know. Yeah. Could either be yawning or screaming. There is that one, yeah. Thank you, thank you. I want to add more decorations to it too, I think. It would be nice. These ones aren't bad by any means, but I think just having more variety would be nice. We also need to work on the obstacles. I don't really know what we're going to do for that, if I'm being honest. I'll have to think about that. So, inquiry. Do we want any part of the body to hurt you when he's dashing, or just the head, right? Because I can make it so it's just the head, or I can make it so it's the whole body. But I feel like just the head makes sense. You know? These guys are pretty easy to dodge. But the whole idea is you're going to be dealing with multiple enemies at the same time, so it's not going to be that easy. Because at the same time, you're dodging these guys and the flying guys, and so like you might accidentally get hit in the crossfire. Balancing is hard, guys. Let's just do the head for now, because it's easier. But we can mess around with the concept of a full body. Let's up that size, like 16. We'll be restarting computer, no problem at all. All right. So now I'm going to say, I guess in process while we're dashing. I in shapecast 2D dot. All right, we have to get collision count. Var collider is equal to shapecast dot get shapecast dot get collider. Oh shapecast 2D at index I. Okay. And then I'm going to have an array of which things have been found. So var attacked entities, right? It's going to be an empty array. And every time we start a dash, basically I'm just going to set that back to an empty array. And whenever we have a guy in here that we've found in our dash, we're going to say, right, attacked entities dot push back collider, and we're going to say only if collider is player for now. Then we push back the collider, and then we're going to say collider. Oh, and then also and attacked entities dot has collider. Then collider dot take damage. Let's look at the entity class. Yeah, take damage, new knockback. So damage will just be our damage, and knockback will be the angle to that entity from our current position. So global. I mean, what does... No, we can do different directions, I guess. I'm pretty sure take damage will be... Right, let's go make sure here. Is knockback just a value, or is it... No, I think knockback is a vector. So, we want to say global dot no, not global. Global position dot direction to collider. And then times like 10 or something. We'll see what we want for that. Do we have a knockback value for entities? I don't think so. Speed, attack, range, damage, cooldown. No, that's probably something we could think about doing. Alright. So that should be it. Now, something I'd kind of like to do, though, is instead of doing the direction that they're moving in, like the perpendicular direction, right? So how would I do that? Well, I don't know. We'll just see how that is first before we mess around with that. Alright, so that should do damage and stuff. Let's try it out. Okay. Let's check this out. Well, they all missed me. I probably didn't set the right collision check, yeah. Oh, it's not happy. Inval type in function dot direction to. Oops. My bad. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that works pretty well. They dash into you and deal damage now. And you can dodge it, you know, but yeah. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, when there's no target, they just stop. Which is fine. Doesn't really matter. I'll probably increase the knockback a bit, because if they're ramming at you, you want their knockback to be pretty high. I wonder if I should put like a line down in the ground for where they're going. But I don't know. That's going to be kind of tricky, though. I think it's fine. Part of the challenge is dealing with them and knowing where they are going by using your eyeballs. So... I think the red line, like arrow on the ground, works for when you can't see where the enemy is before they dash. So for example, with the boss, I'm probably going to add like a red line dash thing on the ground, because I think he's going to dash before you see him on the roof. So it gives you time to like get out of the way. But with this guy, I don't think that makes any sense. Always. Yeah, the extra knockback I think is good. You can get like wombo comboed by these guys. Ooh. I'm also going to probably give them like a little bit of a randomness for when they attack. Because right now everybody attacks at the same time. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. Because since they only attack when they're in line of sight, I think it's kind of random anyways. Hey, Finn, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome in. Hey, Find Focus, Hypnotic, welcome in, everybody. Bunch of gamers. Making a chair, let's go. Like a chair for a game? Or something like that? Or like an actual chair? Alright. We're currently working on a little worm guy. Okay. 60s workstation chair of the game, nice. That's some cool stuff. Yeah, I can show you what we've been working on. I presume you're doing some modeling then, right? Okay, let's load into here. So we've been working on new enemies for the new dungeon in Starground. It's called Tephra. It's kind of like a desert planet. So it's been a lot of work on that recently. We've got the environment and stuff looking pretty good. So I'm just working on the enemies right now. We got this new guy we're working on. He's like a centipede. So you can see what he looks like. So when they're close to the player, they will swarm in and then do like this dash attack. So it's working pretty well. But yeah, that's what we've been working on. Just getting these segments looking proper and stuff, and like actually doing the dash attack and stuff. But I think it's looking pretty good. So I've got them behaving how I want. So yeah. I need to change their sounds and add in like a corpse and stuff and all that stuff, but we're getting there. One thing I'd also like for these enemies is that when you kill them, they split into two different enemies. You know, classic worm behavior. Oh, I died. But that would be cool. I think it'd be cool if one side had the head that like still targeted you like normal, then the other one just dashed around randomly because it can't see anything. So I think it'd be cool. Yeah, there's a sub-D model, not something we do much these days for games, but it's always good to go back and polish some skills. A sub-D model. Oh, like a subdivision model? Yeah, subdivision surface modeling, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. But I mean, it's always nice to have a high-res model, right? I mean, you could always just decimate the mesh, right? So I've honestly never really done any like subdivision modeling. I have no idea how to really do that. I mean, I know you can apply like the subdivision modifier in Blender, but like I don't know. I guess it's doable. I don't know. Yeah. It's looking so sick, dude. Great work. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's definitely coming along. I'm liking how it's shaping up. It's a lot of work. Enemies and environments like this are always like the most difficult thing in Starground to work on. Automation is honestly really easy. I think the hardest part about automation is just optimization, but really it's not too bad. I've done most of the big optimizations for like conveyor belts and stuff, so it's not really too bad anymore. But this stuff is always just going to be hard inherently no matter what, because it's just drawing all the different sprites and the sounds and the environments. And also on top of that, programming in all these specific attacks and stuff is just so time consuming. I mean, I have like the entity class and stuff and the enemy scripts. So, you know, it's really easy to add in guys or duplicate guys that I've already built, but since like every guy is a whole new mechanic, it's really time consuming, but it's okay. I think it's worth it though. I want Starground to have cool enemies, you know, that are all different. I don't want just reskin melee guy number 5000, because I think that's boring. But yeah, it's coming along. It's an amazing game, not gonna lie. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's rooftop in the future. Never really dipped into that. Yeah. Yeah, because we're doing high poly bake for some of the unique details. Okay. In Substance Painter / Mari, we don't use that technique much because it's painful and error prone. Yeah. Houdini, we can preserve the low poly details as we go along, so there's less need for the retopo. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Man, yeah, I've never messed with a lot of that stuff, like Houdini and all that. Like, I have no idea. No idea how to use that stuff. I've messed with Blender for sure, but that's kind of like baby mode, probably. I'm breaking everything. I need to add in some more sounds for the decorations, like, those ones are okay, but for the sand piles, it sounds weird, because it's like the sound of ceramic when you break it. So I need to fix that. But yeah. Cool. Well, I'm pretty happy with these guys so far. I thought it was going to be a nightmare to get them working properly, but it wasn't actually too bad. And what's nice about the way that these nodes move is that they never end up in a position where the head hasn't already been. So basically, as long as the head does all the collision stuff, then I never have to worry about collision on the segments, because they only go where the head used to be. So that's pretty nice. Sometimes there's like edge cases where they overlap a little bit, but it's nothing that bad. Yeah, I was just saying how I don't understand 2D much at all either. Yeah, after a decade in 3D, so some of the stuff is frankly way out there for me. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, everyone has their skills and weaknesses. Yeah, I'd like to get into 3D stuff a lot more, because it's cool. I've really only done 2D stuff for most of my game development career, so I would like to, I think it'd be cool to try a fully 3D game. So, because modeling is kind of fun. Some things I think in 3D are a lot harder than 2D, especially when it just comes to like rotation and positional movement and stuff. Because like 2D, it's super easy. You have two axes, right? X and Y, and then rotation, which is just a single value. It's just rotate, right? But, yeah, 3D gets complicated because now you have 3 axes of rotations and 3 positional axes, and it's just like, whoa. Things start to get complicated. But I'm sure you get used to it, right? It's just because I don't know the functions and stuff to, I don't know, manage those different axes. But I got it, you know, it was okay. So, hey, Brainoid, what's up? Yeah, Cold Keeper, I was about to bring that up. Like, it was fun doing Cold Keeper because that was a lot of good skills for learning how to actually do 3D stuff. So, you know, I know it's possible. I just need to practice more. I know doing a full-on, like, actual, like, professional game that I release on Steam will definitely help with that, you know? Obviously. So that's probably the plan for the next game for sure, is going 3D with it. But yeah. Yeah, how's it going, Brainoid? What's up? I keep seeing ads for your game on Reddit. So, I guess I am your target audience, being an r/Godot or whatever. But yeah, how's that been going? It's looking pretty cool. No, it's not a bad thing. It's just, I'm like, oh, hey, I know that game. Don't click on them? Yeah, it'll charge you money, right? Whenever I click on them. Yeah. Oh, man. Don't worry, I won't. All right. Kind of want to see what these guys are like in combination with the other enemies. So I'm going to go back into our loot table. And I kind of want to let the other ones spawn in here and just see what it's like. I'm going to keep those ones pretty much the same and then have a low chance for the hives. Because we don't want a million hives everywhere. Screamcat Studios, welcome in. Nice enemies, some armor on stronger types that fly off when hit would be pretty nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like armored enemies. I do have some ideas for like adding on like modifiers for enemies, just like ways to make them more interesting. You know, I thought about doing like a superior enemy kind of thing where they're a different color and they're bigger and maybe faster, you know, just to spice up the enemy stuff. And especially if I did like, you know, difficulty settings for the game, I would probably want that kind of thing. Because I can add more enemies, but it gets to a certain point eventually where, you know, it's difficult to... it's an enormous amount of work to create a new enemy for every difficulty level, so... There's got to be some way to make them stronger and harder to deal with without just a sheer health damage increase, you know. Let's go try and find a room with a hive spawning in. This is a pretty empty room right here. What's this guy's deal? Okay. Alright. Hive, come on, there we go. The hive is interesting because these little guys grow up into big ones, right? These guys. So it's like you want to deal with them. You don't want them to just fly around. And especially, I mean, they're not too bad to deal with, but if you get like a really big room with multiple hives, then, yeah. It's like you've played this before. I know, it's almost like I've tested all of this stuff a billion times. Ow. This combat's feeling pretty good. And this isn't going to be like a extremely difficult dungeon or anything. I imagine it's going to be harder than the first dungeon, than, you know, Enceladus level 0, but probably a little easier than the lab, ideally. Because it is just the first dungeon of this planet. So we'll see. And then the second level of this, though, is going to be way harder. That's going to be like a scary place. It's kind of weird how the flying enemies take damage from the spikes and stuff. Should probably make it so that doesn't happen. Yeah, it's funny that the hive can just spawn on a spike and just die. Yeah, I decided to make the hive an actual entity because it just, I don't know, it makes more sense since you want the player to break the hive, so. It doesn't really matter what entities are. I mean, entities can be stationary or mobile or whatever. It's basically like in Minecraft. Like, technically I could have made boats and stuff an entity, but I decided just to make them buildings. But it doesn't really matter, right? There's no right or wrong way to do it, I guess. Because Minecraft's got a lot of weird entities, like armor stands and paintings and item frames are all entities, although they're like blocks, right? Chests are also entities, actually. I thought chests were blocks. But that's... Huh. But yeah, there's all sorts of weird entities in Minecraft. Barrels are blocks, but chests are not. Okay. That's weird. Oh, I've died. But yeah, it's weird how Notch decided to go about that. It works, though. Do you know the Flash game Amorphous Plus? I don't think so. Might have seen it before. I feel like this is somewhat familiar. I think I've definitely seen this before, but I've never played it. But yeah. Game's combat mechanics and all the talk about hives remind me of that game. Yeah. Yeah, I've never actually played it, but maybe I'll check it out. If it's even playable anymore, I don't know. Because this is from 2008. That looks like I can play it. Alright, we had the regular old stream turns off for a minute event. I don't know why that keeps happening. But we're back. I think something's up with my computer because it keeps happening at a really specific time of the day. Like it's always around this time when my internet just randomly disconnects. I really don't know what's up with that. I need to like, I don't know if it's a driver thing or something. I have no idea. But it's really annoying though. I'm gonna keep looking into it. Yeah, we're back. Hopefully everyone's all good here. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's really frustrating though, because then also what it does is it duplicates the VOD and stuff on Twitch and on YouTube because it like thinks it's two separate streams. It's really annoying. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, but let's try this out. I don't need tutorials. Practice. Gloopal? Yeah. Gloopals. Okay. Yeah, I can see the the similarities, you know. Specifically with like how the attacking is set up and stuff, right? But yeah. You know what? I'm actually gonna snooze this ad because I think we're about to end stream right here. Okay, I'm exiting practice mode. Single nest. Let's fight a huge nest. Can I like take damage or... Oh. They like stunned me for a minute. Well, this is a pretty big nest. Nice combo. So it's like I want to get gloopals together. Interesting. Alright, well that's a cool little game. Yeah. Alright, well I think we're gonna end off stream. Because it's time. But thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. We got the wormy guy working. And that's what I wanted to do today, so that's good. We'll keep working on things. I am going to work on Steam Deck stuff, and now that we kind of finally have enemies here and stuff, I'm going to focus on adding in a couple items and weapon components, and then I'm going to put up an experimental build for you guys to play. Because I think it's about time for that. But yeah, it's going good though. You put some hurt sounds for the wormy in chat. Let's go. Thank you. I think Twitch didn't count as a new stream. I think it did. It always does. It's frustrating though, man. I gotta fix it. Oh, I was gonna read Dobbs, but he's not there. Yeah, it did count, yeah. Oh well. Alright. Well, I wanted to rate Dobbs, but now he's gone. I don't know where he went. Who else is here? Let's look for somebody in the developer team. Magnetonics. They're playing a game though. I don't think I've seen this person in here before. So let's raid them. New person. Why not? Alright. Thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. Feel free to buy Starground. Join the Discord if you want. What else? This update will be up May 16th, but be on the lookout on Discord for an experimental build. Because I want you guys to be able to test stuff. And also I'm doing it so I can get the Steam Deck verification reviewed again, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna go raid this person. But thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. And I'll see you Wednesday. Because today's Sunday? Yeah. Alright. Bye, gamers. Bye-bye. Bye.